I think we're good. Cam, check. Mic check. What is going on, y'all? I'm Baritone, Peachin. Just Dark, what's happening? Also got a couple of follows in there too as well. I appreciate y'all. Wait a minute. I gotta figure out how to get that car thing to stop happening whenever I switch to this transition scene. Zappos it going on as Andy Rogue much better than Physical Barrage. There's definitely a gap between the two. Andy's being like in the upper tier of S tier, and then Barrage is kind of like honorary S tier, as in like, you know, someone had to vouch for it to be like just to get in the door type ordeal. But I enjoy like Physical Barrage more so than Andy's Barrage. Or I'll put it this way, I enjoy Physical Barrage more than anything that's like dot related. I'm just not really a fan of dot builds. What's your favorite build this season? I was gonna say Rapid Fire, but ever since I started doing the Shadow Heartseeker stuff, like the fun factor like shot up with Heartseeker for me, and have to kind of say Heartseeker probably this season. So like, what's happening, man? I meant to do. I had every intent on reading through the things yesterday, and then like, I just could not function at all yesterday. Like I was in so much pain. I'm in pain today too as well, but I think I've taken other meds as you know, alongside my gabapentin, which is, it's not a bad thing. There's no conflicts, but I don't want to have to start relying on multiple different types of pain meds just to be able to function. But yesterday I was just not able to function at all. We're playing around between damage per Dark Shroud and damage to see with Barrage. Unsure which scale is better with Andy. Definitely damage per Dark Shroud. I was reading Alchemical at Mixture, so happy it's any 3 non-physical and not from our imbuements, so happy. Yes. However, the issue I kind of have with that though is it's basically just poison imbuement. Poison imbuement is the only thing that benefits from that. Like the other imbuements don't get anything out of that. I guess you could say shadow imbuement kind of does, but nowhere near the benefits that that poison imbue does. So it's a key passive that ends up just being just for poison builds, like poison imbuement. Like, and that's, I guess I am a little biased. I'm gonna admit, like, I'm not a person that really likes dot builds. So someone like me who may not want to play a dot build can't use that key passive, even though we have 2 other imbuements. Does that make sense? I find that quite weird. Because it scales extremely well with poison to the point where like, depending on what the numbers on like on the PTR, it's gonna be absolutely like broken scaling wise for poison. Granted, that probably won't make it past a PTR, but I guarantee you'll see a bunch of people making builds, or making PTR. I'll call them PTR builds because obviously they're not gonna make it live, obviously. But yeah, you're gonna see a lot of PTR builds that's going to feature that key passive, and it's gonna be all poison. And everyone's gonna be like, Rogue is so broken, y'all, it's so broken. And well, that key passive will be broken for poison for PTR. For sure. So I'm just kind of like, I'm calling it now. I'm just kind of waiting for it. But I think it will also start to overshadow things like our new skill that we have right now. You know, the blades thing. Forgot what it was even called. Yeah. The new blades thing is probably gonna get overshadowed if that doesn't scale with poison well. It's gonna be kind of it's gonna be kind of interesting. Why do I actually have this? Okay, so we're gonna just do some physical barrage for a bit. Just found Andorio's. Is it the best rogue build? Depends on the content you're doing. Like I would say Andy's does the best overall in Infernal Hordes, but Rapid Fire does better in pit pushing. So, and I will argue Heartseeker probably does better with like Torment bossing overall in terms of like, you know, on average. So I guess it just depends on the content you're trying to do. And this skill isn't going to be good unless it's shards. It makes from the aspect carries imbuements. Maybe. I mean, unless it's some sort of poison spin the wind thing, it's going to probably fall behind a little bit at the start. Appreciate the follow. But yeah, not only that, but I think I know I'm kind of in pain, so I don't want to say I'm not excited about what's coming on Wednesday, but like I started doing a little bit of like planar building, I guess. I kind of sort of lost interest a little bit. I think maybe I don't know if there's anyone else that might feel this way, but I'm not. I guess I'm a bit disappointed with what they did with the Paragon board. I'm not saying that the Paragon board stuff isn't an improvement, but I was kind of expecting like a bigger overhaul. Just feels more streamlined, and you're just, I don't know. I guess I was expecting more. So like when I was like doing like, you know, going over and doing Paragon boards for all the Maxroll builds or whatever, I just kind of lost interest. I'm just like, all right, is this it kind of thing? Like it's not a terrible fix ish. I guess I didn't realize how underwhelmed that was until I started messing around with it. Now I'm just kind of like, yeah, well, okay, I guess so. So yeah, I feel it just feels a little underwhelming to me, and I just honestly got bored of doing planners, which I thought I would never really say that going into an expansion, right? But I was like, I kind of got bored of building planners because it's just doesn't, like, there's very little creativity in the boards still. Most boards are going to be mostly the same. Like everyone's going to be building this like legit almost the same exact boards because you got 5 of them, so you're going to just take everything you possibly can in those 5 boards. You might switch a glyph or 2 out or something like that, and then that's kind of really it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was probably hoping for, I mean, I guess I was hoping for a bigger shakeup. And that didn't happen. And I'm a little disappointed because of that. So, I will say that on Wednesday, you know, I am excited to actually play the PTR. I do hope the systems and the new progression stuff or whatever is like, you know, really fun to play with, which on the surface, they do look very fun to play with. They do. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Again, you know, I haven't played it, so maybe I'll feel differently when I do. Maybe, I don't know, but Okay, how do I, where do I want to start first? Where's all my stuff at, actually, now that I think about it? Sky Hunter, where is you? It's probably under my weapons, right? Actually, no, where is it? Oh, that's right. Semi rapid fire rogue. That makes sense. Hey, Doc, so I know it's not your build, but do you know why we take increased crit damage legendary node on the Annie's Barrage? Oh, you mean the ambush? You mean deadly ambush, Bruno? Because of that, it's bugged and it actually works with non-critical strike damage, so it just works on all damage. So it's bugged. So it actually works with the Andarios proc. It won't next season or the PTR. It won't work that way anymore. So I guess we could probably take both of these off. So we'll pill, let's see, these two. No, that's about it, I think. Am I running bosses tonight? I don't know. We might do some. I think I'm just gonna play a little bit of physical barrage, and I'm gonna kind of see how I feel. Like I'm definitely still in some pain, so I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to stream, but I figure switching builds will kind of keep my mind off of stuff. Like if I'm like theory crafting some stuff where it's like, oh well, what else can I really do with my physical barrage? I will take my mind off of things. I was curious why we take Eldritch Bounty on the in-game Flurry build. Are we benefiting from this without imbued skills? We shouldn't be taking that. It shouldn't be in the Paragon board at all. Let me take a look. Okay, so I'm looking at the Paragon board now, and I don't see Eldritch Bounty node. I see what you did. Running, returning. You went to the planner. You went to the planner, didn't you? So you went straight to the planner, and you're looking at the Paragon board on the Flurry in-game planner, right? Yeah. So here's the thing. Make sure that you look at the yeah, so you say you scroll the bars, you go, oh, let me see something. I see. I see. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. So the other I see. So the all the other boards before that, when you're scrolling, are actually not correct, unfortunately. I need to change that. So I wouldn't scroll. Just do final. Yeah, don't scroll. Just do final. Because that everything from the starter all the way to deadly ambush is actually older Paragon board. Yeah, I forgot to fix actually. So totally my bad on that. Returning. So yeah, just follow the final. not so don't even scroll backwards, just go all the way to the end. No, you're right, it's something I overlooked, so totally my bad on that. I thought it was a bug and had an ulterior motive, but wasn't sure. It didn't make any sense in your mind. Oh no, you're right. Yeah. It wouldn't make sense to anyone really when you look at it like directly. But yeah, it's because it's bugged. It's the only reason why we take it. So Sky Hunter. Guess we take these pants. On a Heartseeker build, I am gipping myself. Am I to give myself by taking Victimize instead of Close Quarters Combat? Well, I have a Victimize variant on Maxroll, so in case you don't want to play with Close Quarters Combat style, you can totally play a Victimize style instead. And are you gimping yourself? No, not really. Like, you're not gimping yourself. It won't be as strong. Like, just going to be honest. Like, it won't be as strong, but you're probably not going to notice a difference. And you're definitely not gimping yourself. Killamar, what's going on? Also, great match. Appreciate the follow. So a lot of this I don't really have to change. And just throw in that. I had couch. Did I have overpower damage on this entire time when I had it? So weird. Okay. So where's my Barrage sword at? There it is. Both have barrier. Okay. I can actually keep this. Change the glove out. Twisting Blaze, penetrating shot. I don't know where I put it, so. Oh, okay. This must be it then. Why do I have days there though? What was I doing? Okay. I'm gonna try to run this. So I'm gonna try to run this without Tyrion's Might, and I'm gonna do it with Crown. I know that's gonna. I had a hard time doing it with Crown before, but we're totally gonna do it this time. We're gonna try to make it happen. I thought of a build using a new rogue key passive. I want to try Puncture, Pestilent Points, Full Clip, Doombringer, Shard, Shake, Alterius, all three agility skills, and whatever. A combat Rain of Arrows preparation. You're gonna try that out in the PTR. Hope it works out for you. Sounds interesting. What do I do? Did we do ultimate gems? Yeah, we did. Oh, you want yeah, you don't get to try PTR. That's interesting. Yeah, sorry about that, dude. Sweeney. Sounds like somebody I know. It is what it is. Yeah. I will tell you this much though. The Rain of Rails is probably still won't deal much damage in that setup. So unless you're probably using it as like utility or an easy way to proc the key passive stuff, but yeah, they poison puncture with the new key passive is gonna be busted on PTR. Anything poison related with a new key passive is gonna be busted. Like completely busted. Like I'm legit ready for all the videos to come out. People doing poison this or poison that with that key passive. And we all know that that's not going to last past PTR, but everyone's going to be like, you know, they're going to be like, I'm going to play that build, you know, when it releases, and it's like, bruh, this is an old PTR build, and I doubt that scaling is probably even there now. It's not. I mean, it's a really old build. So like what we're testing is something that's like months old. So we're only really technically testing the systems, not really balance, because the numbers are going to be vastly different than what they already have now, tuning wise. That's why I don't really make videos. If you notice, I don't really make PTR videos. Because I guess in my opinion, I don't really want to feel like I'm misleading the player base into thinking that whatever it is I built or I created is going to actually go live. Because the player base don't know. Most people just don't know that obviously what they're seeing is not, you know, it's not what you're going to expect live. People are going to like look at that and be like, yo, that's what I'm going to play, or I'm going to build that. And I know this to be true because that's exactly what happened with Elemental Surge going into season 4. Amongst some other stuff. The pits, how that was tuned versus what it was in PTR. Like, I'm trying to think. Do I really have to? I don't think I have to really dismantle my Paragon board, and I think I can probably use most of this already and just. In fact, actually, let me take a look at my planner real quick. Yeah, I think I could probably reuse most of this. Also happened with Whirlwind Barb in season 5. But yeah, it's just like I guess it's great for content, I guess. Right? Like if you're a content creator, you know, people look at it and it's like, you know, like you're kind of getting like the, you know, the heads up in a sense, right? And people are looking at it and they're like, you know, super excited about whatever it is that happened with it. So I get it. Wow, did I fit 7 or 5? So 7 boards with 6 glyphs. I might not do all that, but I guess I could just rebuild the whole Paragon board though. Good. Control. Do I not need combat? Devious. I don't know why you need devious here. Guess we can do strength. There's chip. We can just kind of place there real quick. I still like pride. Okay, I guess I could take another extra glyph though. Come around, pick up a glyph here. To the trade, display weakness. Push, no goodness. Cheap shot. Oh yeah, I don't need all this damage versus crowd control. That's what it is. So how do I want to? I'm not gonna be able to. Okay, I'm gonna have to take out this board and then this board and redo that. You know what? It might just be easier just to run. Yeah, it gets much easier to do that. How much is D4 on PC? My wife has a gaming laptop and I want to play the PTR. It might be on sale, honestly. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I think the full price is 49, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong. I haven't actually looked. I haven't legit looked at the prices. What's the ideal task speed for your Heartseeker build? Well, I mean, you technically want to reach the 11 frame breakpoint. I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head because I actually use crossbow instead of bow, so I know my personal numbers. But I have it listed on the Maxroll site for you. Hey, really? Is that all I took? I guess it works. Yeah. So yeah, the shard of Varathio, if you're doing a poison build, like won't really scale the poison damage. Unless you're trying to do like a hybrid of some sort. It's possible to use Rapid Fire Rogue with combination and Doombringer. Well, you definitely want to use combination dagger with Rapid Fire Rogue. Like that's exactly what you want to do. Doombringer, I mean, I wouldn't do Doombringer personally because it's just, I mean, if you're just trying to be extra tough, sure. But Doombringer will end up ultimately meaning you're doing less damage, but you'll be super tough though. You'll be super tanky. So if that's your goal, for sure, you can do that. I can share if an idea I wanted to tear apart. You made a mission to tear apart. Why? You're talking to Syrian scars. Yeah, I was just yeah, I'm all about doing fun stuff. That's why I was curious to see how it ends up working out for you. But unfortunately, like you said, you wouldn't be able to play the PTR. So that's unfortunate. Is Shaco not better with +4 for +4 skills? You don't really get as much damage as you think, or as people think with the +4, like plus all skills or whatever. Initially, you do when you don't have any, right? There is in this game there's diminishing returns with basically everything except for separate multipliers. So like when you have so many ranks already to a skill, the more ranks you add, the less valuable it becomes. So a Shaco would be about 14% more damage with the +4 ranks to Barrage, which is honestly worth less than even just one passive on Kyle the Nameless. Now, of course, for defensive purposes, Shaco, I mean defensive and all around stuff, sure. Like if you're doing it because you want like a feel good, option or choice, then yeah, sure. But I wouldn't expect it to out DPS a cow. But it will make the build in general feel like good because it provides you with a little bit of everything. Especially since Trick Attack's double dips. Well, it's not really technically a double dip, but it's easier to understand by saying double dip, even though that's probably not the technical term to use for it. Because it double dips with precision, or scales really well with precision key passive. Kyle is just so good with precision builds. Why do I keep forgetting to put the glyphs in here? Like I get the thing and then I don't put the glyph in here at all. Just gonna play BTR so I don't feel lost for other changes when expansion launches. Just join our refi board planning for 2.0. That is not what I'm doing this stream. I'm actually kind of bored already of theory crafting, or I'm gonna say theory crafting. I'd hardly ever call it that. With the whole 5 board thing, it's really not much to it. It really isn't. And most of people's boards are going to all look very similar for whatever build that they're playing, because you don't really have much choice in the matter. So there really is nothing to theory craft. You just pick the 5 boards in which has decent legendary nodes or whatever, and then you just put all your points in that board that actually has like stuff in it. That's it. Like that's it. I'm a little disappointed. On the surface right now, I'm a little disappointed with what they did with Paragon boards. However, again, I haven't played the PTR yet, so I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, but I will say on the surface, I was hoping for more. Twist the core rapid fire after doing billions in one volley. I never looked back. Fair enough. If you get a second mythic of the same kind, any reason to keep it? No, not really. Nope. Only reason why you would keep it is if you don't feel like switching your mythics between characters. Like if you make like another alt character or whatever, like let's say you make a like another character or whatever, and you just don't feel like switching your uniques out or whatever, mythic uniques out, then sure. But outside of that, no. Appreciate the follow. Right, but I think it'll be an all min max for late game, so you don't need regular progression. Oh, were you talking about what I just said, or that other guy? As I said, with 2.0, they want to reduce the amount of grind for max glyphs, but they increase the glyphs to level 100. Doesn't that make it extremely grindy? I guess it just depends. It depends. I think if you can handle the higher difficulty levels or whatever with whatever build you're playing, it won't be as grindy. But like, I think the whole idea is to give people something to chase for, in a sense. Because right now, leveling the glyphs right now is so like child's play for even non-grinders, that I think they just really want to give you something to chase. So that's kind of what that is. So you don't really need to get your glyphs to level 21 per se. Oh, sorry, level 100, but it's just something that give something to do to extend your playtime. Which I don't disagree with that. I think that that's okay. At least for now. Again, we playing the PTR soon, so I might have a different opinion when I actually play the PTR. But on the surface, I don't see it as an issue. Let's see, let's put that there. Okay, and then exploit weakness. I think I get why someone asked me if I'm building 5 boards thing. I get it now because I'm doing Paragon board right now. Oh no, I'm just putting together Barrage moment for fun. Just feel like playing something a little different. So, and see if I might can find something interesting or something. I'm gonna try to play Barrage without Tyrion's Might, which would be gonna be a bit of I won't say struggle, but definitely not recommended. Why do I have 3 extra skill points? I swear I always do this to myself. Pretty sure I didn't take something. So here. Nope, took all that. Oh, so I took this path instead of coming this path. That's what it is. But that actually gave me some extra skill points to play with. Probably should change that in the planner. Like ninja change it. Where no one's gonna know a difference. J Rockets, what's going on? Stoked for runes. Runes seem kind of interesting. For sure. They seem to be not going too crazy about or I'll put it this way, they seem to not be taking too much of chances with that, or too big a risk, to put it that way, which I think is probably smart. But they do look fun, so I'm actually interested. My armor sucks right now, so I think I'm gonna have to roll this into armor, or just choose a different chest. How about that? Yeah, we can just choose a different chest. So, but what up, Endeavor? So what spirit am I gonna go with? Spirit on Spiritborn? Probably Eagle, or Eagle Jaguar, maybe. Possibly Eagle. God dang it. Yeah, sure. We'll go with this chest. Yeah, we'll go with it. I don't have any barrier though. But I don't feel like re-rolling the thing either, so do it this way. I'm actually thinking about Eagle Gorilla. I know that probably sounds weird to say that, but what does my resistance look like? 70. Okay, so it's really just the armor I gotta roll into. What I think about Petrify with like rapid fire. Honestly, I haven't really looked that much into it, to be honest with you. Is Maxroll D4 planar broken? There are definitely some things that are wrong with it right now. I wouldn't say the whole thing is broken. I will say that there are some issues with the planar, yes. Gonna make Gorilla Centipede. Maybe some Poison Slam. That actually sounds kind of fun. Would it be a bad idea to open 353 treasure goblin bags at the same time? Why do you have that many? I think that glyph being level 100 is very misleading to the player base because it makes players think they can clear pit 100. I guess we'll see. Bushido Leo said, I do have a question. New key passive won't scale Andes because it only applies to imbue skills, correct? That is the assumption. We never know with Blizzard, but that is the assumption. Gorilla's one I like most, but I hope it hits hard. It felt good. Like it wasn't as flashy. Well, the ultimate was like the Gorilla ultimate was like really flashy, but like the Gorilla skills and stuff and basics just wasn't flashy at all. But it felt good. It felt good to punch something in his face with the Gorilla basic attacks and like the Gorilla like slam skill. To the point where even I was actually like having a lot of fun with that. Like I was like, yo, this is cool. Yeah, it felt impactful. It felt great. So I will tell you that much. Okay. So I guess I ended up changing more things than I was hoping to change. But that's okay. Let's do branching here instead. Let's do retribution. I'm kind of really picking apart like the actual build. um I'm to figure out what else did I have here. Days, bear. Yeah, retribution already. Okay. So what am I? I was actually trying not to do high velocity, but I think there really isn't much other choice though. That probably sounds super weird to say I don't want to do high velocity, but there's a reason for it. I'm not sure if it's a good reason or not, but that's kind of the whole point of the test. Aspect of elements. No. I guess I could do elements. Stolen Vigor, no. Synergy. Goblin that make me a nice Amelie. +2 the Frigid Finesse and Unstable Elixirs, but Countbound though, oh man. What I think about Dance of Knives damage? I haven't actually done any, like, I've been kind of like in a lot of pain the past couple of days, so I've been kind of like taking it easy. So I haven't actually like gone through the math of Dance of Knives damage. At the moment right now, at least on PTR, let's just say PTR, right? On PTR, nothing's gonna beat the new key passive and Poison Imbuement. Like obviously that's not gonna make it through in the PTR. So like I mean, people are gonna build it and then be like, oh god, rogue OP, but that's not gonna like go through the PTR. Make it past the PTR at all. I mean, this is an old build. So I do think other things will get overlooked because of that. But I can't really imagine them creating a new skill and not at least be decent. At the very least, fun. It's basically God 6 Demon Hunter for those who played Diablo 3. But there's potential though. I do think that the whole stealth. I think you may have to build around stealth with that new ring. But the whole idea of the whole stealth thing is like every second or whatever, and you're channeling, shooting many times a second, may not work out that well. Then again, it's hard to know exactly how that mechanics is going to work until you retest it on PTR. The skill you hype the most after Spiritborn. It's a neat skill. I think it's going to be really popular. Honestly, I think the reason why that I'm not as hyped about it because I played so much God 6 Demon Hunter in Diablo 3, and that's legit exactly what that is. That I guess I'm kind of numb to that skill. I think it's gonna be fun. Don't get me wrong, but I think I just naturally just didn't have that excitement feeling that most people may have had if they didn't play God 6 for hundreds of hours before that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean it's cool. It's cool looking. The animation is really cool. I think it's gonna be a great speed farmer for sure. Especially if you can stay in the channel the entire time. I think it's gonna be amazing for speed farming. I think it might step on the toes of Flurry a little bit in terms of just being just like, you know, naturally just ultra mobility fast type ordeal. But you know, Flurry gets a little bit of, you know, limelight for this season and then gets overlooked by by Dance of Knives. It throws me aside. It just depends on how much movement speed you can stack with this Dance of Knives, though. So it just depends. I don't know how I feel about everything I just put together, but I guess we're gonna see. You know, you can use combo points with the knives. Dance of knives. Yes. The range of the knives look pretty weak. Well, it splinters and shatters out though, so you'll be able to hit many different things. Cone of Sand, what's happening? How are we tonight? If I'm gonna be honest, I am still in a bit of pain, but I'm managing. I guess I won't do that. We'll do that. Let's see, I guess we can do some more second win. Definitely need to max out on that. Aftermath, I think, actually works pretty well there. Go back to precision. Okay, so pointing to dash, pointing to shadow step, I guess. Actually, how did I have my skills set up? Because this seems really weird to me. No, no, this is right. It's just weird. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this will work. Or I guess it might. I guess we'll see. But only plus 13 to Barrage though? A 5, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So wait. Okay, there we go. I was like, wait a minute, like something's off. Yeah, so we're actually overcapped on the second win. I think 75 is enough. A couple of points back there. All right. And specialization, preparation still. I think I got everything I needed. It's actually quite a bit of life. Why? Oh, because I had the crown. I also had the crown. All right, so I did lower my breakpoint on purpose to see if I can use crown as well. We'll kind of see how this works though. Not sold, but we'll see. Barrage Rain of Arrows. Oh no, this is the build on Maxroll. Sorry, the skills that I'm using is literally the skills on Maxroll. Barrage is it's just the ultimate choice, just because it's like, why not? I guess I could technically do Death Trap if I wanted, but I don't like the Rain of Arrows part of it. I like to knock down for easy retribution, proc or whatever. It's kind of the main reason why. Alright, so I guess we should just jump straight into it. Or actually, wait a minute. Let's go to Epsilon, what's going on? Now we take what we need and spend an hour trying to find every single little damage node you can on the Paragon board, even though it's additive. We're forced to take all this freaking additive damage nodes. Oof. Okay. Kind of what I figured. However, what if just what if I use a resource elixir? Go, horsey, go. I have no resource elixirs at all. Is that the current system is is that the current system is shit? I'm glad they removed the 7 egg glyphs. Garbage. Well, so I honestly just I agree that the current system was really outdated. I don't know the new. I can't say the new system is better. I would say is more streamlined, but you do kind of get rid of choice, and then in the new system we're all going to be in. I guess at this point with the way the boards are, is like your choices are basically just wish glyph, like wish. I don't know, like when you look at people who do Paragon boards in season 6 or whatever, it's gonna all look so identical. I know it looks pretty identical now, but I don't know. I guess the thing is that like if I don't want to take any additive damage nodes because additive damage are, sucks in the Paragon board, I'm not forced to take it in the current system. I can path out and take a different board with a different legendary node because the other options suck. So I can at least choose to avoid it or ignore it because it sucks, right? Whereas in the new system, I now have to take the suck. I don't have a choice but to take the suck. I think that's kind of like my problem with it. So instead of making more interesting options, they just basically said, "Oh well, you don't like taking all that additive stuff. Well, we're just gonna force you to take all the additive stuff because you have nothing else to do with your Paragon boards." So I don't think it really solved anything. If anything, you just forced us to take the suck. Whereas before we would path around it and try to at least grab something that was actually worthwhile because everything else sucked. So I don't think it really solves the problem at all. What it does do though is it makes it very easy to understand Paragon boards for the masses. So I guess I get why they did it, but I think overall it's pretty disappointing, in my opinion, right now that the Paragon boards weren't more. I won't say complex isn't really the right word for it, but more interesting options. I'll put it that way. I look at the Paragon board right now, and like it's boring. I mean, the current boards are boring too, but it's even more boring. Like there's nothing unique about it. Like I put this way, why can't Paragon boards somewhat shift the way you play? Right? Why is every glyph additive damage for the primary that does nothing, and then the legendary bonus is just multiplicative damage? Which sure, it makes you feel stronger, but it doesn't change the way you play. Decoy. They did say that, and yeah, big oof on that one, right? Yeah, I just think that I just like Paragon boards don't do anything to change the way you play. Like if I turn damage numbers off and I just had to play in World Tier 3 and I just didn't even like put my Paragon board together at all, you would never know. Because nothing changed. Zero changed about my build, whether I had the Paragon boards or not. Other than my character deals a little bit more damage. That's it. There's nothing interesting. In my opinion. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I'm just saying like I there's just so many there's so much room to be creative in the Paragon board, honest. Hybrid Candy, are you still there? I legit didn't see your question until just now. I'm sorry. On YouTube. Hey man, Leather Bills got a near perfect setup for Heartseeker from traditional Andy's Barrage. Was curious if you had a board that had Eldris included. Yeah. If you look at the no traps board, well, let me phrase that. You have to take points away from life, like life node points, and also take points away from the control glyph. Like drop it down to about 39 from 49, and then you can pick up Eldritch Bounty Legendary node from there. But yeah, you can do it that way if you want. Okay, I'm gonna have to like figure out how to actually play this again, even though it's not like a hard build to play. But the buttons are so different. Heartseeker. But is this just physical barrage? It's on the Maxroll website. I made a couple of tweaks to it for tonight purposes that I don't know if I would actually recommend, which is why I'm messing around with it now, just because I've been kind of, I don't know, just felt like playing some physical barrage. But I was trying to find a way to be able to fit Crown back into the equation, because Crown is, well, good. I prefer Crown in this build, but it's so hard to keep your energy up for Crown in this build. So I actually opted to get rid of High Velocity and lower my breakpoint a little bit, in the hopes that maybe I can kind of upkeep Crown a little better. So I lost a teeny bit of damage, a little, like I lost 2 breakpoints technically, and the ability to be able to, you know, have a, you know, more AOE, I guess, to be able to try to fit in Crown, which should be a more consistent DPS option over Cow, especially on bosses, which is what you kind of really want that for anyways, for Barrage. So just messing around with stuff. Although I don't know if I really like and I can get my cooldowns out even faster. Do I really want to do random barrels here, or do I want to do death traps since I'm playing like really up close? Have I seen a new mythic count? Yeah, I've seen all the data mine stuff. But yep, for sure. For sure. Did anyone get the Sylvanas Rogue MTX? I did. He's gonna use Doombringer, Heartseeker with Doombringer for faster AoE clears, so that worked. I don't know if I would use Doombringer though. Like you wouldn't get Doombringer's proc damage and how often you'd proc it wouldn't really help the situation, to be honest with you. Like I get the idea you're trying to do, but I don't think the Doombringer helps in the manner that you're wanting it to. It also based on your guys. When you recommend someone switch from leveling build move towards the end game, level 50 would be world tier 3. Yeah. That's kind of a good way to put it. Yeah, Brianna. You meant for the life loss. If you want to throw in Doombringer, you can. I don't think you need to. But it's up to you. Like if you feel better with Doombringer, for sure, do Doombringer. Who's that? Chaos with the sub? Thank you. For 5 months. What a baller. What's the difference between T7 Nordis and T8 with the loot? I mean, you have more opportunities for Aether, but only if your character is strong enough to handle T8. I will say I am a squishy because I also don't have Tyrion's might, so there is that. I gotta be careful. We'll do this one. I think I actually don't attack slow enough for crown still. We'll see. I'm doing my best to not have to sit there and like slot like Starlight or something, because then it kind of ruins the whole point of what I'm trying to do. Alright. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do that, unfortunately. Which a Barrage and game build would it be? I better use Umbra Crux over Conceited or not. Believe it or not, I've had better success single target without the Umber Crux on physical Barrage. I tried both. Like I legit did both. With physical Barrage, and for whatever strange reason, no matter where I place the totem, and like I'm usually really anal about like making sure the totem's in the right spot. But like when I was doing the TA councils or whatever, I actually did better without the Umber Crux on physical Barrage than with. So reading the chat, I actually kind of agree with you both a little bit, Riptide and Thomas Greed. In a sense, I honestly think that the choices we have right now is probably a little like I really wouldn't really call it much of choice. I mean, there are a lot of most Paragon boards can kind of work with several different builds on Rogue. That is, there is very little differences between most people's Paragon boards. At least not enough to where there's any player expression. However, the new boards are even worse. And like the PTR, the new boards, the whole 5-board system, takes that and kind of makes that worse. At least, but I also don't think we have much choice. I mean, I also don't think we really have much realistic choices, I guess you could say. In most cases, like taking a little bit more additive damage isn't going to change much. Or if I was to sit there and take a little bit more life nodes, it changes. That might be meaningful for like a pit push type thing, but that's kind of like 0.1% of content that people play. See what I'm saying? So like, it's when I'm saying meaningful, I'm talking about something that's going to be very obvious in all contexts. Like I'm not going to care about that change on like torment bossing. I'm not going to care about that change probably in even Infernal Horrors. I'm not going to care about that change in Nightmare Dungeons. I'm not going to care about that change in Hell Tides. But like you see what I'm saying? Or I'm not gonna care about that change in like speed pits. So like I think meaningful choices need to be meaningful in a generalistic sense and not a very, very specific sense. And right now we don't have that either. And the new boards kind of makes that worse. What's up, Matthias? What's up? Paragon 2.0 is that? Yeah, I'm kind of in the same way. What do I want to do different here? Kind of do like the knot down on Rain of Arrows. I'm not gonna lie. That was actually pretty. That's actually pretty dope. I think I am kind of forced into high velocity, but if I do so, I cannot sustain whatchamacallit though, and I'm a little sad. I'm gonna have to do whatchamacallit. I don't wanna. I'm like kicking and screaming. I don't wanna. I don't wanna do the change. Whatever. All right. So can we still survive without Tyrio's might? How's my night going? It's been alright. Trying to find a good way to sustain my resources while running Crown on physical Barrage, because that's the preference. I just couldn't figure it out like before. But to be honest with you, I only spent like a day trying. I'm like, you know what? Let's revisit, see what we can do without running Star Light. I'm excited for the new demon, PTR demon with the chest on Friday. It's basically like the the dank, like, you know how we did it in D3. So, I mean, yeah, sure, you know, that's gonna be great. I mean, it's kind of what they should have had in the first place, honestly. So far, my resources weren't that bad. Any chances I might tweet a rapid fire build soon? When you build, I'm trying to get more for it. Read there is a combo rapid fire. Well, rapid fire is all combo points in general, and the one on the Maxroll site is combo points already. So there really isn't much tweaks to really make unless you're trying to like go ultra high in pits or whatever with it. So I might like do something in terms of like a, you know, pit push variant, because rapid fire is currently the strongest, you know, build for pit pushing. But I think just for like regular rapid fire, like in general rapid fire, there really isn't any real changes to be made there. Outside of what's already there. Which I think is actually kind of I guess it's good and bad. Good in the sense of, you know, it's like, oh, you know, we kind of nailed it on the site at the beginning somewhat, mostly. But bad because it's like there really wasn't much evolution in terms of rapid fire in the generalistic sense. I say generalistic sense for, you know, the vast majority of the player base. Petition for Riptide and Thomas to agree to disagree. Yeah, I mean, it's fine, man. I definitely don't mind debates and stuff like that in the chat. Just only thing I don't like is name calling. When it gets to the point where people are calling people names, I got a problem with that. I don't care whether I agree with you or disagree with you. Fisticuffs at dawn. Then calling it a debate means you're losing to me. Yeah, generally that's kind of how I see it too. Alright, so I guess, you know, a good way to be able to get my energy back is I might have to actually invest points into Aftermath then. Since I'm getting my ultimate off cooldown faster because I'm using Crown, and maybe more points into Aftermath might actually kind of tip the tables in my favor. I'm gonna really hurt not keeping rugged right now, but let's put another point in there and see how I feel. Am I winning? No. For sure, I am not winning. I'll be winning if I can make Crown work out. Yeah, I'm kind of doing it, but I mean, kind of as a. Can wait for Diablo 3 2.0. I actually don't even know why people call it Diablo 3 2.0, because technically speaking, Reaper of Souls would be that, right? Loot 2.0 was in Reaper of Souls. I would call it like Diablo 3 3.0, if anything. Would be the more accurate statement. I guess maybe just because I played a hell of a lot of D3, so for me it's like feels more like a 3.0 than a 2.0, but I get the sentiment. We'll go this one. Do I have Ross? You mean do I have Reaper of Souls? Is that what you're asking? Okay. Okay, yeah. That dot damage, holy. But you said Ring of Starless Skies? Yeah, of course I do. Yeah. That hurt a lot. Those mofos do hurt. See, if I had a dot and I just did that bounty and no witness, where he would have been okay. Yeah, true. Also, I guess if I would have had Tyrio's Might, I also would have been fine too. I wouldn't even need to have to go to the Paragon board for that. But I mean, it is a choice. That's fair. It is the strongest road built now. This is me messing around with stuff. I feel like Tyrio's Might's a must. I can actually do Tyrio's Might. I mean, I can do Heartseeker without Tyrio's Might. I think Barrage I have to get a little close, and that might not pan out to, or at least, well, let's wait, physical Barrage. I don't think I killed fast enough to warrant not doing Tyrio's Might. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna keep trying. I'll figure it out. Riptide, I do have a question for you though. I do have a question for you. While I agree with you in terms of the Season 6 Paragon boards being restrictive and not really a step forward per se, how meaningful do you really think the choices are currently now in the current Paragon system? When I say meaningful, I don't mean like in very niche scenarios. I mean in general. because I guess I don't value a lot of things in the Paragon board as much as you might in general. I feel like they're very minor, and most people would never know you made those choices unless you told them. They're not obvious, which is, I guess, is the point, is the problem that I have in general with the Paragon board. Right? Did I know I can get chip in the Ripper Fireboard? Well, yeah, of course. It will cost for 4K life. Yeah, I know. But on Maxroll, of course, if I'm thinking about it on in a generalistic sense, what makes more sense for a, let's say a casual per se, or someone who might not be pushing pitch, right? 4K life is more tangible than the chip glyph, right? The temperature, yeah, 10%, yeah, but that's one tier in the pit. But you also got to remember how many people are involving themselves in that type of activity in pit for it to matter. Like, what percent of the player base do you think is really trying to push high on pit and pit? This is where I'm coming from. So when I say choices that matter, I'm not talking about just in a very, unfortunately, it's a very small. Actually, yes, but I'm saying in a generalistic sense. I'll put it this way: if I never hovered over my, well, I guess no, that's not really a good example either. Hold on, I'm trying to figure it out. Why do you take away my choice? That's not what I'm saying at all, Riptide. I'm not saying that at all. Like, in fact, I'm not saying that at all. Like, I did not say that at all. I legit said I agree with you in terms of season 6, the Paragon boards being like worse. Like, so I agree with you. I never said anything about taking away your choice. What I'm saying is, I find the choices we have now, even though we have choice, we do have some choices, but the choices are very minor in the grand scheme of things. When I say grand scheme of things, I mean not in the 0.1% of content. I mean in the whole entire game. The choices we make in the Paragon board are very, very minor. But we do have choice. I agree, we do have choice. But they're very, very minor. My argument is, why can't the Paragon boards give us different ways to play or whatnot? Why can't, like, let's say a glyph or a legendary node change the way that I play my character? So I'm looking at it not just from a 0.1% point of view. I'm looking at it from like a 99% point of view. And I think that's where I might separate from you in that sense. But like, I think Paragon boards are boring now, and they're more boring in season 6. I don't think Paragon boards are good right now. They're not in a good place right now, and they're definitely not in a good, and they're not in a better place in season 6. Never said it was good. Okay. But I do think that the choices we do make are they have little impact in the grand scheme of things. Or minor impact. They're very minor, and definitely not enough for it to generally change a lot of things. I'll put it this way. Like, I could technically, right, use a very similar Paragon setup for like 3 or 4 different builds. Would it be min-max? Nah. right? I might be losing like 10% damage here, or I might lose like, 7% life here. It wouldn't be min-max. But the fact of the matter is that I could legit just change your build and use the same Paragon board and no one would know. Like no one would know that I did not change my Paragon board. I could literally like change scenes right now and then switch builds and then play a different build and not change my Paragon board and no one would know that I did not change my Paragon board. I think to me that's kind of silly for an in-game progression system to not have enough of an impact on your character. I'm not saying it needs to be PoE by any means, but what I'm saying is there needs to be an obvious difference where like you see me play and you think, oh, well, he totally took that legendary node because his character is doing this, right? That's pretty much it. Like stuff like that. You see what I'm took? Well, that's because you're looking at the buff bar. I guess that's fair. You are looking at the buff bar. That's true. Would you know that if you didn't look at the buff bar? That hurt a lot. Okay, so I'm gonna have to put more points into Rugged. I really want to do Crown so bad, but I don't think I can, guys. Oh no. Yeah, I just think. So I'm not saying that there is no choice or there's zero difference. I'm just saying it's just really not tangible for the majority of players. Like it's tangible for like a min-maxer. Like a 1 to 3% difference matters to a min-maxer, right? Like that matters to a min-maxer. It wouldn't for 99% of player base, and they're not going to know that there's a 3% difference anyway, right? So like, I guess that's the reason why I use the word tangible, like tangible differences. Yeah, that's true. Maxroll wouldn't need a Paragon board. Honestly, at this point, kind of really, I mean, for most content in the game, kind of really don't. You really don't. A universal Paragon board would work for the majority easily. I'm out of energy. Oh wait, I don't know why I am. Forgot the pot. Leave me alone. But yeah. Overall, overall, I'm just disappointed with how they're doing Paragon. And again, I haven't played the PTR, so sure it's a early early judgment, I guess you could say. Not sure. I agree. You can get triple the health and maybe 5% less damage compared to some guys on Maxroll when that's super surmise. Well, I mean that's going back to min maxing though. D3. I'm saying you could legit make a pretty generalized Paragon board and it would basically handle all the content that the majority of players care about. Again, I'm aware of the grinder side, like the blaster and min maxer side of things, right? When we're looking at it in the sense of what's going to actually make a huge difference in your character, you literally could just make a pretty generalistic Paragon board for a lot of things in the game right now, and they'll be fine. In fact, I'll give you a good example of this, guys. I'll give you a good example of this. You know the Flurry build I did? The Flurry build I did on the Flurry video I made. I legit used my Heartseeker Paragon board. I think Matthias commented on it because he looked at the board in the video guide. He was like, "There's no way that that's optimized." And then I literally said, "Hey guys, I just got lazy. I just didn't feel like changing my boards out for Flurry to optimize around Flurry." But Flurry was doing just fine, and no one would have known that I didn't optimize around Flurry. Like, people didn't know. Like, if you watched the gameplay video footage, you wouldn't have known that I didn't optimize around Flurry. I literally just took Heartseeker's Paragon board and did it with Flurry. Like, honestly, I shouldn't really be able to do that. That's what I'm saying. I should not be able to like, that shouldn't be the case. I shouldn't be successful with an entirely different build's Paragon board. Period. But I was in that video. Why? Well, because yeah, sure, I could have taken some other choices. I could have squeezed in, like, you know, a little more damage here or there, and got a little more life here and there. But it didn't matter. It wouldn't have mattered for what I was doing, which was T8, which is strange. It should matter more. Yeah, I can't do Crown. I can't do it. I just can't do it. I will have to throw Starlight, and if that's the case, I might as well just go Shaper or something. I'm not really helping myself out at all whatsoever. But yeah, like I said, like, yeah, I shouldn't have been able to do that. And again, had I not even showed my Paragon board in that video, people would not have known I did not, that I was playing with the Heartseeker Paragon board. Like, that's silly. That's stupid. And, like, in my opinion, I think that's stupid. But the changes, you know, but it worked. it worked. Do I play Warcraft 3 or StarCraft 2 for fun from time to time or not really? Not anymore, nah. I think I purposely stay away from StarCraft because I know myself. I know that if I actually play some ladder matches, and let's just say that, like, I play and I realize that I'm not as bad as I thought I was, you know, like, I'm not as rusty, then I'm gonna want to get back into it and then start, you know, watching matches again and learn the meta, and, like, I'm gonna get sucked back into it, and I don't really want to get sucked back into it. It's very time consuming to be decent at that game. And obviously doing so means that's a lot less time for Diablo 4 and any of my responsibilities there. Warcraft 3, unfortunately, Reforged was botched. But you know, so I just don't bother with that anymore. I know they did some fixes to it, you know, in the semi-recent or whatever, but I think it's just too late for me now. Does the Paragon board change the playstyle? No. Nope. It does not. I will say there are some things about it where like it can influence like the specialization you pick. Like for instance, no witness now being good. Influences the way that we in terms of which specializations are now like useful. So I think that that's a pretty good thing. So it's not totally useless. There are some influential decisions here and there whenever things are strong and get buffed. But then it just kind of becomes all about that again, right? Where we're kind of back to oops. where we're kind of back to that again, where like everybody's second board is going to be no witness unless you play combo points, right? Like you're gonna have your starter board, you're gonna have your no witness because no witness is really good, and then you're gonna branch out to either these 4 different ways. Now, in terms of which one you pick next or first or second, doesn't really matter anymore because, well, now you can pick. Now all of your rare nodes are basically gonna be able to work because they made it easy to cap them. Not that you really care about most rare nodes anyways, but you can now cap them all. So it doesn't really matter which one you connect first or second usually, or third or fourth. Then it's just about turning the board to make it look different than the other person that also might have a similar board as you do. And that's kind of mostly it. Differences, you might be able to take one glyph more in a different setup versus taking more health in another setup, but that's kind of the extent of your choices mostly. Like overall, like in the overall scheme of things, that's mostly the extent of your choices on the Paragon board. Which is better. It's better than what's going to be in season 6, but far from perfect, and definitely just it just needs an overhaul in general. Hey, I realize I was a couple of minutes behind live, but enjoy your take on Paragon boards. You think those minor increases most folks wouldn't feel may make a bigger difference in the new world tier settings? I think we would emphasize more on trying to take life in more places than we normally would have. Same thing with resistances, with the way that World Tier 4, penalizes your resistances. So I think we would build a little differently if we had the same like the same Paragon system right now, same Paragon board system right now. But it would lead to almost everyone doing that. Like everyone doing that exact same thing on almost all builds. With one board being, depending on the focus of one board, would be depending on your specializations for. So I don't want to take it as like there's zero choice, because there is some choice. I wish it was more meaningful for the general aspect of the game. It shouldn't only, like, some choices shouldn't be, by the way, I shouldn't feel like the choices I make are only tangible in a very specific type of content. I feel like it should be tangible in all content in some way, or it should be obvious, or it should be, well, I'm gonna say obvious. It should change. Like, glyphs shouldn't just be multiplicative values on the secondary and then additive values on the primary, in a sense. The only interesting ones would be like the ones that like boosts the magic nose or the rare nose. That's it. Like, those are the only like kind of like interesting glyphs, because then they, you know, you look at the board and you go, oh well, maybe I want a little bit more of that to my close quarters combat, you know, buff or whatever, or you know, maybe I want to pick up a little bit more life, so I put fluidity in the witness or whatever like that. You know, like those are a little more interesting, right? But there should be glyphs that alter the way a skill works, or give you a benefit that you can't get elsewhere. What's the point of repeating the things you already got, but in the Paragon board, right? Like, you're repeating the same thing you already got. It's just flat multiplicative bonuses. But now you got to put points to gain more of the same thing. Like, give us something we don't already have in the Paragon board. Is what I'm saying. Like, that's an opportunity to expand and be like, okay, you know, you play this build, right? Now these particular glyphs are very important to you. Why? Because, well, they change the way that particular skill works, or it changes the way that you, or several different skills, interact with each other. It changes the build. That's what I want. Maybe I'm asking for too much, and I, you know, will be honest and say, yeah, that could be the case. I could literally, like, legit be asking for too much in that case. But I just feel like it's just, currently it's just boring. It's just so even if what I'm asking for might be too much, there's got to be something. There's got to be something else that makes Paragon boards more exciting. Something. I don't think the way they did it in season 6 is the something that we're looking for in terms of excitement for Paragons, right? Like, that doesn't make me more excited at all. Like, at all. Not even close. Like I said, I legit was doing planners and stuff a little bit on my free time or whatever, and I stopped. I was like, I got to the Paragon board and I'm just like, yeah, I'm bored. Cause it's just so bland, man. Like, oh my god, it's just like I just I was hoping that the legendary glyphs would be legendary, right? Like, they're all, literally all the legendary glyphs are just multiplicative bonuses. That's it. Like, maybe there's some unique glyphs out there that might actually change gameplay. So maybe I'm speaking too soon. I don't know, right? But from what we've seen so far, it's boring until maybe we get some unique glyphs. Maybe, I don't know. I just personally find it hard to be excited about it, per se. Although I get why they probably took the path they did. But man, like, I don't know. Again, maybe we'll see some unique glyphs. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. Maybe I'm complaining too early. I don't know. Can you send me a link of a little build you did on Maxroll with Victimize? Sure. You love complaining. I know you do, Baritone. I know you do. And what's funny about it is that I actually like when you complain. It's actually quite funny. They did it because Blizzard hated the 8th grip boards. So the thing is, even if Blizzard didn't like that, the reason why we had 8 glyphs boards, right, was because all the other options sucked. Even taking 7 glyphs is not what we want to do sometimes, but it's because the other options suck so bad that we just take the option that, well, sucks less, and that might be a glyph that might do very little for your build, but it's still better than the other options that also suck. You see what I'm saying? We wouldn't need to do 8 glyphs or 7 glyphs or whatever if the rare nodes or whatever were, well, better. Right? Like, I mean, so like, I think what they end up doing, if that was a reasoning for one, so if that was a reasoning that they wanted to do, was because they didn't like people taking that many glyphs. I think that they took the lazy way out of it. Instead of fixing the root of the cause of the problem, they just limited you. They just prevented you from doing it, period, without really giving you anything in return that, you know, to fix the problem. So instead of me wanting to avoid all the crappy rare nodes that do nothing for your build at all because it's all additive damage, right? Now they're forcing me to take it because I have nowhere else to put my points. And so, like, I know that you and Riptide were disagreeing a bit, but I think honestly, if anything, that was the premise of Riptide's point. It's just like, now you're forced to take the crap, the stuff you don't want to take, whereas before we could take other things even if they also kind of suck. They just didn't suck as much as the things that we're forcing to take now. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want you to feel like everything. That's the Blizzard design philosophy. But make the options good. That's all I'm asking. I don't mind glyphs at all, as long as the glyphs are cool or do something different-ish. It's just like the Paragon system is another way to progress your character, but it shouldn't feel the exact same way as your gear. Right? Like, the Paragon board right now just feels like an extension of what you already have on your gear. You already have multipliers on your gear. Right? You get a bunch of them. Well, I won't say a bunch of them, but you get your fair share of multipliers on your gear. Right? And you get your fair share of additive damage through pieces of gear as well. Why do I have to have the same exact thing on the Paragon board as I already have on my gear? At least Masterworking was a little different in the sense where, like, you have the chance to be able to crit on certain things, right? Tempering, whether people like it or not, gave you different options for your skills to do things. Right? I mean, now, a skill can, hit twice, or now a skill can do whatever. Like, that's interesting in terms of what's out there. What does the Paragon board do that separates itself from the other systems, right? Other than, well, now I have to kind of create a board that gives you the same exact thing you already have on your gear. See what I'm saying? Like, it needs to do what tempering does. It needs to do well, maybe not the you don't like don't brick your Paragon boards. That's not we don't want that, obviously. You know what I'm saying? Like don't brick your Paragon, no brick it, but it needs to offer something different. Tempering offers something different. Masterworking offers something a little different. Paragon boards just extend what you already have on your gear, and that's it. Like, that's legit, literally it. So I feel like it's just a missing opportunity there to really create something unique or different, right? And right now that just isn't the case. And the wild broiler has appeared. What's going on, broiler? Boy, I think I spent a lot of time talking about Paragon today. I've done like no events at all in this tournament run. I'm sad because I was trying to find a way to use crown, but I can't. How do I move without constantly triggering shadow step as your basic? Well, you remap a button to be able to or force move. So right now I'm holding down force move, and then I'm just tapping right click. Now allows me to kind of move. Yeah, there's also some pretty neat things you can kind of do with that too as well, in terms of like making sure your character can move back while firing forward in a sense. But yeah, that's how I do it. Now, generally speaking, I generally don't do this like on my like Heartseeker builds. I actually like manually stutter step. But yeah, Sis Gaming. Your wife might be upset, but you might want to like lob back in the D3 and play your road. Of all the announcements, the legendary glyphs were the only disappointing thing. Percent damage feels very lame. It does. Like I said, like I might be speaking too early. They might actually have some unique glyphs that they're hiding and don't want to like reveal or show or anything. And hopefully, maybe the unique glyphs will actually have like something other than more damage, because but actually like change something and builds or whatever, or be more specific, I guess, in the buffs. But we'll see. Which button did I map? So for this setup, I have force move on like a side button on my mouse. I just hold down, and then yeah, and other than that, I just tap right click. Will Victimize be good again on PTR? I doubt it. That's another change I don't like. Do you think that Rogue should gain the electrical ability? Which electrical ability? But yeah, so when I look closely, or I look closer at the Victimize chains, and it's basically Victimize is basically Andariel's without the poison. That's what it is. Essentially, it's basically an Andariel's proc without the poison. I had to find a good way to like a good analogy for it. It's basically Andariel's proc without the poison. So you legit build it the same exact way you build Andariel Rogue, which is not what you want out of Victimize at all. I don't know who thought that your attacks dealing no damage. Did I really dash into the lunatic explosion? I did. I sure did. I literally dashed right into that explosion. It's hilarious. But yeah, like I don't. So for poison builds, I get. Like for dot builds, I get. I understand. Right? Like for dot builds, you know, your damage over time is what your damage is. So you don't really care about your personal damage. Your personal damage can hit for 2 actual damage. As long as the dot ticks for like 4 trillion a tick, you're cool with that, right? Like you're cool with that because you understand you're playing a dot build, and so your damage doesn't matter. Why would you make a key passive legit be exactly that without the dot? So not only do you have to build to deal 0 damage on the skill you're using, but your proc isn't even a dot, it's just a one-time thing. Why can't we just deal the damage and then have that damage be, you know, procced in the AoE sense so we can make single target damage, have some AoE damage? That's kind of the whole point of Victimize to begin with. Why make a shittier version of Andariel's? That's literally what the new Victimize is. On the surface right now, I don't understand it. It's flat damage, yes. It's like basically like Doombringer's proc or Aerostorm proc, or it's that. And I honestly don't understand the reasoning behind it. Why? Why do that when I can just play Andariel's and get the dot? So I'm gonna try it because it's PTR. Like I'm going to play around with Victimize because it is PTR. But I just, on the surface right now, I don't understand the decision. I'm super hoping that there's just some other mechanical thing that we're just not seeing or missing, or maybe the final numbers that aren't in the patch notes, but like in the live version is just way different, or it just works mechanically different. But right now it looks really, really sad for Victimize. So yeah, it will work correctly now, but it's weapon damage. And it's basically, like I said, a poor man's Andariel is what the proc is. So like, I guess why would I want to build Pin Shot or Heartseeker or anything to deal no damage when I can just do that on Andariel's, but better, but significantly better. And I don't even need a. You said my gear is busted. It's orange. It's okay. Rogue's dead, confirmed. Rogue keystones are all designed. They are, man. Like the new key passive, right? Yeah, thank you for your feedback on it. Yeah, man, you're welcome. I like the rogue key passives right now. Like the new key passive is sad because it's basically a poison imbue key passive. And I don't mean that sad in a sense, but it's like it's the other imbuements don't matter. Like they don't, because poison is by far, it's going to be by far, not even close, the best imbuement to use with that. But it's like we already got Andes, and Andes goes with a lot of different things on Rogue, and with things being the way that it is, I don't know. Like I'm gonna have to play the PTR, man. But I just I don't know. I'm not happy about Victimize. I'm gonna be honest with you. I am biased about the new key passive, just because generally speaking, you know, I'm not really the biggest fan of dots in general. So of course I'm probably gonna be a little bit more vocal about it. So that's me being biased, and that's fair, right? I'm biased. I do just wish that other imbuements would get, would be useful using that key passive. Whereas right now there won't be. So it literally is just a poison key passive. Poison imbue key passive, sorry. Always wonder why we have no other way for imbuement stacks that can just make it a rare no bigger. Man, I don't know, man. I really don't know. I'm I think there are people who are like excited about Rogue going into season 6 or whatnot, and most of that excitement is going to be like how ridiculously busted poison imbuement is going to be with the new key passive, right? And then of course the spinning blade, dance of blaze thing. But if you remove those things, what else is really exciting? Use both shadow and ice to buff your poison though, but that's still poison though. Like, just because you use those elements to make poison stronger doesn't mean those elements are useful themselves. Like, you can't use poison to buff shadow and or cold, like a shadow imbued build or a cold imbued build, right? Like, you're using shadow and ice. So that's like saying shots for barbs are useless to buff. Well, what I'm saying is, it's a little different though, NP, because building around poison imbuement is different. Like, you have to build your character around poison imbuement to make poison imbuement work. And that key passive is going to make a poison imbuement build just absolutely redonkulously good. But you can't build your character around shadow or cold imbuement using that key passive and get good results, is what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? Like, but I don't even think you even need all the imbuements. You just really need to deal the elemental damage itself. So really, you don't even need to put shadow imbuement or cold imbuement on your bar, as long as you can proc shadow in some way or cold in some way. So you technically don't even need either one of those. Basically, you can bypass both of those, right? Yeah, you can bypass both imbuements as long as you have the element. Yeah. So like, you don't even need shadow or cold imbuement on your bar, period. So literally, again, they will hold zero value in build like a poison build. Now, if you can like stack shadow imbuement on like a single target or something, then maybe we're talking at that point, right? Maybe we're talking. But because you can't stack shadow imbuement on like the same targets multiple times or whatever, then shadow imbuement just doesn't have a chance. And cold imbuement, all you're really buffing is what, the chill aspect. That's it. Like you get no more damage from doing that. You have no issues freezing because, you know, tempers, right? And also Fist of Fate if you want to go that route. So like you have no problems freezing. So like, why would you ever do a cold imbuement key passive or a cold imbuement build with that key passive? What new key passive we're talking about? Alchemical admixture. You think that they might drop some unique nodes? Probably not unique nodes, but maybe some unique glyphs. Maybe. Alright, so my single target is gonna be real bad, y'all. Actually, not as bad as I thought. And they're outside my cow traps. Why? Why are you no M and cow traps? Oof. This is why I want a crown for this kind of fight. Oh, he's already let's go to him. Seriously? I will admit that I did mess this up. It's very possible to kill him in 3 staggers. I totally messed it up. It'd be better to have an imbuement as opposed to smoke grenade. Not on this setup, no. You can't just throw I guess an imbuement for a build that's not made for to be used with an imbuement. Yeah, I mean, I messed this up real bad, so. And they've already been staggered 3 times already, so he's gonna take a while. This is why I wanted to use crown, but I can't. Yeah. Well, I should. No, I can't fail it because I have no more deaths left. So I was just gonna fail it and just retry, just to do it properly. But I have no more deaths left. Why not switch to it before the boss fight? I mean, I think the biggest issue with Crown right now is that I can't sustain my energy. So if I can't sustain my energy when I'm fighting in regular battle, I'm not going to be able to do it versus the boss. It's not a matter of me not wanting to run the Crown. It's just I legit can't sustain Barrage with Crown. I even tried lowering my breakpoint and removing high velocity just so therefore I can, you know, shoot not as fast and have my energy per second sort of try to catch up, and still couldn't do it in a way that I liked. Without Starless, what's the best way to have enough energy to play Barrage without generator? Starlight's aspect. Everyone keeps calling something ND for what the hell is that? It's a helmet. It's a helmet that procs like a poison proc thing that's extremely strong, specifically on a rogue. I have Starless on this build. I do have Starless on this build. Someone was asking me how do I proc? I said, well, he said without a Starless Skies, what's the best way to have enough energy? Next patch, you can just use the Little Helmet Mythic. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna end up doing for like the regular guides. I don't like. I know it's in the guides or whatever, but I just don't like how the name was with this. Crown makes so much more sense. How do I keep energy and maintain this build? I have a rogue and I need that type of energy on. So it just fresh in beast mode. It depends on the build you're playing. What build are you playing? Yeah, saying just rogue doesn't really tell me a lot because you need different things. Do I know if second wind is bug for me? If I go over 90 to 105, life is buried is only shown buried. You can see your total max life. It never goes over your total max. Yeah, that's not bug. That's it. Yeah. So putting more points into it won't do you any good. Yeah. So once you're at 100%, that's it. That's why I kind of go like slightly below, just because, you know, 105 becomes kind of a waste. Barrage, rain, and poison imbuement. So are you playing Andarios? Are you using the Andarios helm? Or are you playing like regular Barrage? Yeah, I did some maths and on a lot of core builds. Lilith helm is best in slot. Yeah. I kind of do wish to kind of get away from Kyle, to be honest. Regular with wind force, that's your problem. That is your problem. You just, yep, you specifically mentioned your problem right there. You're using a wind force. I know. I totally understand the mindset because Wind Force is a barrage item and it looks like it has really good stats, and it does. It does have good stats. But Skyhunter is better. Like Skyhunter basically walks all over the Wind Force. And with Wind Force, you can't gain any energy back. So look at the Skyhunter here. So if you're going precision, right, which you should if you're going regular barrage, right? Look at the second part of that. Critical strike, and you gain 54 energy every time you consume a precision stack. Every time you consume precision. That means every third attack on Skyhunter, you gain energy. That is how you upkeep your energy on a barrage build if you're doing physical barrage with preparation. Now, if you don't want to do that, you can totally go inner sight and keep your energy up that way. However, I just think that's a overall considerable damage loss. Why no more Cal on Heartseeker? I explained that in the guide. If you're reading the guide, look at the change log. I explain the changes there. I always, if I make any changes to a build in the build guide, I always tell you in the change log what changed, unless like a lot changed. Like if like a bunch of things changed, then I just tell you to just look thoroughly through the guide. But if it's just like very specific changes, then I'll say, you know, what they are. So I actually don't think I could survive with Cal and no Tyrael's Might. But I guess we'll try. I'm just trying to find some way to get this to squeeze just a teeny bit more damage. I'm out of here somewhere. You got 3 Skyhunters? Yeah, Skyhunters is, yeah. NYT, you said you're playing the Heartseeker build? How you liking it? Am I using fluidity? Yeah. I won't next patch though, next season. I don't like that glyph, honestly. It's one of those glyphs where you take because it's multiplicative, but you just don't have that many other choices that are good. So it's just kind of like you take it. And also the primary is actually good. Is it in the written guide? Yes. Bogdan, yes. That's why I didn't want to do cow. You found Heartseeker too slow killing for you? You mean like the councils or just like not as widespread AoE? You had the waves. Okay. I will say, yeah, it is pretty difficult to get a good high or to get a good Aether score on Heartseeker. Positioning is extremely important. When the blast, when the put all your buffs up. Things you obviously do not have to worry about, and like let's say like an Andy's setup for sure. It's a lot of work to get good Aether on Heartseeker. What aspects am I using on the swords? The one that's listed on the Barrage, the Barrage Maxroll guide. I didn't change that at all. Oh, sorry. I don't have that in my link. I can just tell you. It's fine. Retribution and Conceited. She says you love the Barrage build. It's fun to play. When you get 4x hell spawns and such. Actually, that's kind of what I want on my Heartseeker build, actually. Because if you get them to follow you, have them all lined up, and or all kind of bunched up or whatever, proc your Pain Gorgers with the Smoke Grenade and like some Rain of Arrows or whatever, and they all just melt. Like they all just like disintegrate. However, you do have to kind of get them to, you know, bunch up or whatever, and that's the harder part. But yeah, they absolutely just melt. I don't want to say melt. Melt is more like a dot sort of thing. Like they just get obliterated. Yeah, you lucked out and got Endurance and Starlights to go with the Tyrio, switch to Andy's Barrage, and you said, "Oh my god, oh yeah, it's nuts, man. It's nuts what how strong Andy's is." And actually, really, Fist of Fate is really the enabler of stronger Endario setups. I'll put it that way. And when run series with Barrage until it's plus skills aiming. Now, when you say series, what do you mean by series? I legit stood right there on top of it. That's the best build for T7 and 8 hordes. Lightning Spear. Do you think they're looking at how Andy's rogue is right now? I'm sure of it. Would they do anything? Probably not. Stink on ya. Yo, Outcast fan. Love it. Whoa, what happened? Wait, what happened? What happened? Oh, cooldowns. Got the follows, appreciate you. Oh, Salix? No, can't. Salix is bad. Melted Heart is so bad. Even if you got a crappy amulet with a good aspect is way better than the Salix, period. It's not even close. Rax wanted to build his Goblin Blaster 9000 with the new Season 6 skill, but gave up thinking it won't work. He's talking about the Dance of Blades skill. I probably should pay attention. I think it's to be determined. A lot of us really don't know how it's going to work mechanically. So until I get a better idea of like how this channeling skill is going to work as a channeling skill, it's hard for me to really prejudge how effective it's going to be. Yeah, that's one of the ones that I'm kind of like saving my prejudgment for, because like for instance, like the stealth ring or whatever, right? I'm curious because that can either be extremely good or useless, depending on what they mean by the 1 second stealth in and out type ordeal. And am I able to attack while I'm still stealth? Sort of. Well, I guess you wouldn't be able to attack while you're still stealth, but I'm curious to see how that ring actually ends up working, because that can either make or break a build like that. But there's no way to know until we can test it on Wednesday. You can just go Poison Imbue or Andes. You mean with the Dances of Blades or whatever you call it. Speaking of outcasts, Dance of Knives. So I said Dance of Blades. It sucks. The Hellfire is so much dot damage without Tyrio's Might Warren. If it does 0 damage, you're gonna at least put in. That's true. That's true. That's very true, actually. Although, you know, what is the proc, or what is the lucky hit chance of that skill anyway? I guess it won't matter. As long as you wear Fist of Fate, it won't matter anyway, right? So is a Necromancer ultimate cooldown reduction temper necessary for Andy's room? I wouldn't say it's necessary. No, like it's not necessary. However, it does allow you to have perma unstoppable if you went the Shadow Clone route. But if you don't care about that, then no, it's not necessary. Is Andy's more fun than Barrage? Depends on what you find fun. I don't really like the dot builds, so I would prefer physical Barrage over Andy's. But Andy's Barrage is definitely stronger. So, if you're more concerned about like power per se, or if you like dot builds, for instance, like dot builds and power, then obviously go Andy's for sure. I don't know if I'd be able to do this with Cal. We'll try one more. I'll just have to pay attention more. Really wish you can get Andy to work with the Shred Druid. Just have something something with a different play style this season. Fair. That was bad positioning. Potential experience, what's going on, man? Bro, what am I doing? What am I doing? Dude, that's just so bad. I'm like so bad right now. We'll just start over. It's very tough. Bruh. Hope everyone's doing alright. I can't stay long because I want to make sure that this bloody paper is done prior to next Tuesday. You're livid. The college life, man. Whoops, that was bad. When am I gonna reroll that druid? That's the funny part. Probably after the PTR. That is the ow. That is the timeline. What tier do you have to do for actually you don't really care about that, honestly. You actually want to get the highest you want to go for the legendary mass and convert down. That's the best way to do it. This seems rough in the rogue. It's not. I'm legit just ow. Nah, that was not fair. That was totally not fair. Like how you gonna spawn me right next to on top of a ballista, really? I'm just experimenting. I think it's tough to experiment on stream because like the moment that you do something that isn't like OP or something that's hard or you actually like fail in your experiments, people think it's bad. Or people think, oh, that you know, I saw Dogside for like 20 minutes doing, something weird. And he's dying, with it, build must be bad or, class must be bad, right? It's like, it makes it difficult. That's actually why there are some theory crafters who don't experiment on stream, literally to prevent that thing, and prevent that very thing, that very like notion that was like, oh yeah, I saw Dasa play once, or I saw that person play once. Like, I have no idea what he's doing. Obviously, it's bad. He doesn't know what he's doing, etc., etc. But like, the only way you really succeed and like breaking through with something different or new or around the corner is if you actually experiment and fail. So I don't mind failing on stream, but I think people don't understand that like me failing is okay. Like it's absolutely okay. Where Gooch, appreciate the prime. Am I running Stormflat? No. That Stormflat doesn't really seem like a playstyle I'd like. I'm probably gonna end up doing some sort of like Wind Shear Druid. 1,008 hours in the game. You finally finished Renown today. Congratulations. Wind Shear is a dot. It is a dot. You're right. You're right. But the play style is fun. Yeah, Wind Shear interesting. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's nowhere near as strong as, like, you know, Landslide Lightning or whatnot. But it's fun. That's probably what I'll end up doing. Why is Dockside making a Druid, though? Because I said I would. And every season, I keep saying I would and never get around to it. So instead of making Sork first and then saying I'm going to make a Druid later, I'm going to make a Druid first and then maybe get around to making a Sork. Steve's like, super appreciate the work you put into it. You've learned so much. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, yeah. You can't be afraid to fail. If you're gonna figure out if you can push a boundary or a boundary or two, right? You gotta fail. I should have kept attacking, so I could have kept my barrier up, but I got scared. Goji Bear, what's going on? What did this one? Appreciate the follow. Do you bring on a Heartseeker? You can. I mean, you're trading off damage for a lot of toughness. So if you're okay with that, sure. Like if that's what you prefer, then for sure you can totally do that. You're running Andy's Storm Slide. That's a thing. I didn't know that was even a thing. If you aren't failing, you aren't trying. Yeah. Smash Rabbit, what's up? You said imagine only playing one game. I know, right? Imagine. I'm assuming you supposed to be shade, right? Is that supposed to be throwing shade? But you're right though. I played Diablo 4 since I was born. So for 39 years, I've been playing Diablo 4. Do I not get bored of this? That's a fair question, though. No, okay. If you're serious, okay, that's a fair question. Honestly, I take my time. Like, sure, I stream. You know, I stream and make content for it. I also have Maxroll duties, so I do write guides and stuff for Rogue and things. So it's part of my responsibilities to kind of like pick apart everything I possibly can about the class that I play. So I have more reasoning to play it more, right? So like, no. It's a good point. It's a good point. So like, I promise you, if I wasn't a content creator and I wasn't working for Maxroll, I'd play maybe about a week and a half or 2 weeks each season, and that's it. Period. Not because I dislike the game or anything like that, but I have less of a reason to pick apart the game than I do now. Like, I have a reason to do it now because of what I do. But if it wasn't because, you know, for that, yeah, I'd play for like maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks max. I used to, like, they actually smashed my that used to be that way in Diablo 3. Like, before I was a content creator, even at the, you know, towards the end of Diablo 3's lifespan, I will only play for like a week and a half or whatever. And then I, you know, started becoming a content creator, and I would play for like 2 months out of a season, right? So yeah, for like any, like, you know, normal player, I guess I say normal, but like any non-content creator like that, yeah, I can't imagine really playing for that long, personally speaking. However, I also don't rush things too as well. Like, I tend to, like, I don't really do any trading, so like it takes a little longer to find like, yeah, really good pieces of gear. So like little stuff like that, I guess you could say, kind of goes a long way. But PTR is around the corner on Wednesday, so we'll have something, you know, new to kind of chew on for a bit. But then after PTR is over, I might, you know, play a little bit more of D4 and then probably play a different game until the expansion hits, kind of thing. So I do try to switch it up, but towards the latter part of the season. Am I going to play PoE too? Absolutely. I really am interested in the combat of PoE too. I played a new season in a while. It's pretty good. Well, the problem is I've never played WoW, period. So, like, if someone like me who's never played World of Warcraft, do you think they would? I would be able to enjoy this season of World of Warcraft. You haven't either, really? Like, you've never played World of Warcraft? Are we like the only two people on Earth that's like never tried it until just now? Wow. Okay. Well then, yeah. So I'm actually really interested in your opinion though. So like, what made it enjoyable for you as someone who's never played World of Warcraft before? How were you able to, like, I guess, what made it enjoyable for you? I'm legit curious. Played WoW for 18 years. Well, the problem with me and WoW is that World of Warcraft came out like either my freshman or sophomore year in college, and it was probably the single most the single smartest decision I've ever made in my life was to not play World of Warcraft while I was in college when it first came out. because a lot of my friends did not graduate. And I knew that had I played then, I probably wouldn't have either. So the timing wasn't great for World of Warcraft for me. I'll put it that way. And I just never got involved past that point. Imagine wasting college money because of WoW. I mean, you think about it now, and yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all, right? But WoW, like World of Warcraft, was addicting, and it was extremely time consuming. And you had if you wanted to be good at it, or you wanted to be with you want to be in like a good guild and like do good content, whatever, you had to make sacrifices because it was so time consuming back then, right? Not saying it's not time consuming now, but obviously it's it was way worse then. So like if you wanted to be good, you had to make sacrifices, and it was very so is that graduate from college? Yeah. Thankfully. But what was my major? Music education and performance. I pursued education instead of performance just because trying to make it as a musician doing gigs is just really difficult to do, especially in the area I was in. So I chose to do more with education, and I'm glad I did. Like, definitely a very fulfilling career for me. I look back at it now, I'm glad I chose that, especially with all the differences that I made in like kids' lives. It's actually really cool. You were out making the ladies happy. We get you most. Yeah, sounds like I mean, it's gonna be a really good last half of year for gaming for sure. I almost wish that, probably gonna sound really awkward for me to say this, but I almost wish that like the D4 expansion did not come out this year. Not because I don't want it to, but just because there are so many other good games I really want to play too. But because of the expansion, I have to spend so much time playing D4. It would be literally suicide if I didn't. And so yeah, it's like I gotta play the other games later. Like I gotta wait for the hype to die down in D4 a bit first before I can really dive into some of the other games. No, I knew it. I knew it. I had no potions. Early access is not the same thing as a beta, right? Riptide. I just want to make sure I understand it. I played ESO for years, so I had kind of a base understanding. I tried WoW once before, but like for an hour. So when I got back into it, I started questing in a new campaign. The story was awesome to follow. Then you start doing the awesome too. The best part is learning a character because of how in depth they are. It's so rewarding when you get it down. Okay, how do you like the combat? I mean, while back in the day was brutal for time commitment. My buddy and I ended up leading in game raiding guilds for a few years. The time seek was spectacular. I bet. I bet. What's the most ether you've gotten on one run? I think it's like 1100. I think it was. It was an absolute banger of boons. It was actually on rapid fire, believe it or not. Um, Can I advertise here an item I want to sell? I mean, generally, I don't mind. But I think it would go over better if you, like, you know, kind of chat a little bit with people in the chat so people get to know you a little bit. They'd be more, you know, willing to trade or sell or buy, you know, from you, etc. It's almost like the equivalent of like knocking on someone's door randomly and then you're trying to sell them something and they don't know you. But like, let's say you live across the street and, you know, there's a gathering and, you know, you come by, you stop by, you say hi for a bit, you know, introduce yourself a little bit, they get to know you a little bit, and then you know, advertise and sell something, they'll be more likely to buy. So I'm just trying to help you out. Doesn't bother me at all whatsoever. I'm just trying to help you out. All right, surely this is the run, right? Surely we're gonna be able to do this without Tears Might, right? Can I advertise for that? My love for that Swiss we had. What's up? Had a query regarding your Master Rapid Fire guy. It's regarding taking crit chance nodes on the skill tree. What about it, Anwin? Running a T8 without tears and stuff. I could. I mean, I can make it work if I wear a Shaco, for sure. Without a Shaco, it's somewhat suicide. Especially on a build like this where I have to play close. Like if I was playing Heartseeker, not really a big deal. If I was playing Rapid Fire, probably also not really a big deal. But Barrage, you kind of should get a little close, just because of the nature of the build, and that's when it becomes a little tough. So like that's what's been like really difficult right now. I'm just kind of somewhat happy that I'm not just getting straight up mollywop right now. But I haven't really been able to make it through except for one time, so. Eek. Although the answer could be just play better, right? If I just played better, I'd be able to get through. Oops. Do I think Rogue would be strong in Season 6? Hard to say. I think Rogues would be very strong in the PTR. No idea about Season 6. Because the numbers are going to be different. We're playing an old build on the PTR, so, you know, I'm not saying don't theorycraft or all that theorycraft isn't fun to do and whatnot, but like, we're theorycrafting for the PTR, not for Season 6, because the Season 6 and PTR are two different things. As we've learned, you know, Season 4 PTR, then Season 4, and then Season 5 PTR, and then Season 5, Season 6 PTR. It's gonna be way different than Season 6 in general. Let's do that. I'm taking a huge risk with that, but we'll see. a dot touches me, I'm dead. Like if it gets near me, if it's like in 5 foot, like 5 feet from me, I'm dead. I'm putting Andes just for the healing. Oh, you had a Doombringer in your build, Steve? Yeah. But Doombringer is like a game genie, though. Right? Like a cheat code for toughness. You put in that contra code, sir. All right, am I going to see about writing Gods of Spiritborn? I don't want to. I do not want that task at all. Just gonna be honest with you. I feel like with Spiritborn being so new and a lot of things we don't really know or understand about how the class mechanics is gonna work because you know Blizzard mechanics and stuff. The amount of work it's going to take to sit there and write builds, write guys for Spiritborn and Rogue. Bro, I will have zero life. Zero life. I mean, absolutely. Because obviously Spiritborn is going to get, like Spiritborn guys are going to get a lot of attention. And legit, the moment that something, you know, someone finds something and it's like someone tells you or someone mentions it in the feedback channel, hey, why aren't you using this for this, you know, for your guide? I'm like, well, the game just came out. We're just experimenting. We're that kind of thing. It's like, well, you should know this already, or why did you make this change? I'm like, well, I'm still playing the game. And someone bothers you like, 3 minutes later. Hey, did you try this part? This thing is actually better than this thing. Yeah, it is. You're right. I just tried it. Well, how come you haven't changed in the guide yet? Well, I'm playing the game right now. He's like, well, you should totally change in the guide right now. Like, bro, the game just came out like 2 hours ago. Like, I'm trying. Let me do. Like, I am not looking forward to that at all whatsoever. That is annoying as hell. It's annoying now on classes that we already know about. Yet alone a brand new class? Yeah, nope. I do not want that whatsoever. I do not want that demand. You would never be able to sleep for like a good week or two. So just use GPT for Endeavor, you still there? What's up, man? People forget just how insufferable we gamers can be. I think it's just that it's one of those things where people just don't realize that things take time, right? I don't think people are purposely trying to be insufferable by any means, but it's just a matter of people want things and they want things now, right? Everything has to happen right now. But there's time that, is involved with such things. In anything, like, it takes time to do lots of things. But I don't think Spiritborn class match your playstyle. Eagle does for sure. Definitely Eagle. Jaguar as well. Definitely not Centipede, no. But Gorilla is actually kind of fun. Even though Gorilla doesn't match my playstyle at all, it is super fun. Gonna scrap the Saligs and extra Doombringers for Tyrios. That are Andes. God, I knew it. That poison. I just gotta like not get hit by it. That's really the only solution for that. That was bad too. So Giacomo's going on. Also, who is that? Pichu with the 20 months in a row. Appreciate you say get gooder. Did we need to talk about rapid fire? What about rapid fire? I know, right? Absolute face palm there. Rapid fire, you said the ring makes rapid fire sucks. I've kind of gotten used to the lob thing, but I'm still not happy about it. Like, I, you know what? Speaking of rapid fire, let's play some rapid fire. I don't think, I think, so sorry, and we said mainly dash and couch, which is just sorry. Is it really needed since we take precision passive? And we don't necessarily take crit chance on ring and gloves, what you're missing. So when you're not, sorry, and when I just saw that response, when you're not like when you're not fighting a boss, like sorry, when you're fighting a boss, you don't get the trick attack stuff. So in order to really still continue to do a 3-to-1 ratio, you gotta make sure that that your second yeah. So you gotta make sure you crit enough to where you don't have to do a 4-to-1 ratio when you're fighting bosses or anything with the stagger bar. So like if you're fighting regular mobs or at least something like that, you're fine, right? The extra crit doesn't matter at all. But like when you're fighting against a boss, things that actually do take longer to kill, you do want the extra crit chance. If you're running, it's like especially if you're running Heartseeker. I ring is the only reason why you like rapid fire. I think it's for me it's hard to enjoy the ring one because I played a lot of the rapid fire before the ring. So like I like the straight shooting aspect of rapid fire where you aim and you know the repeating does most of the work or whatever. In terms of the AoE, like I actually like that. The lob is okay. I went from hating the lob to the lob being okay. But I still would prefer if I didn't have to. All right, let me get some something to drink real quick. You say yes, you're doing puncture though. I think the same thing really applies to puncture too as well. But I mean, if you want to get rid of it, you can. See how it works for you. Puncture generates combo points much faster. It's really not a much faster anymore. It's like 2-frame difference really. It's really like it used to be if you're when yeah. Because you're using the bow, so like it's pretty close. The difference in attack speed is not that great. This season between Heartseeker and Puncture, Puncture is slightly faster, yes, but Heartseeker gives you a 15% multiplier on the fundamental Heartseeker, so that's the reason why you see people pushing with Heartseeker. Rapid fire versus puncture rapid fire, because technically speaking it is more damage on a single target for sure. You don't have the gear for Heartseeker build. Yeah, I have Sakura. I'm rocking Heartseeker build, which is awesome. Cool. I'm just saying like you can do Heartseeker basic attack on rapid fire is what I'm saying. Yeah, true. Holy Word of Fist. No, hold. Yeah. All right. And something you streamers must talk about more. Oh, I talk about it all the time, bro. You have no idea how much I've complained to the devs about the ring effect. Trust me. Trust. What they did was make it more accessible, but they didn't change, anything about the ring. So, I mean, yeah, I tried. Trust me, I tried. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go refill on drink. Okay. Actually, hold up one sec. Hold up. Okay. I'm playing your laptop at work and it takes you 2.5 minutes to load key over shit. Alright. Alright, so I don't think I've ever played Rapid Fire without tears. I did say it should be fine to do. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I can't do that. I'm gonna have to go regular boots with how do I do it though? It's gotta be He's a German rap. Yeah, it's German rap. I just like the way it sounds. I have no idea what they're saying, but like legit no idea. I think I might have to do these boots here. Emerald cold on it. Also think I'd like to have a better chance at some point. Also, what chest do I really want to run here? With that Dread. with the sub. Appreciate you. How's it going, man? DJ, we have that system to change builds faster. We need that in D4 as well. You mean the armory? For sure. Is it too late to join the season? Nope. Nope. You have a whole another month left. Jump on in, sir. I guess we can go with this chest. Fire. Trick attacks is here, but I have to go. I'm pretty sure everything else is fine. I'll season 5 then. It's gotten to season 5. Heartseeker Rogue is OP. Well done. It's a fun build. Rogue's got quite a few. Rogue's got quite a few good builds this season. Yeah. Appreciate the follow. So how am I gonna? Like I said, it should be easier with rapid fire. Easier to do like no materials might then. I guess we'll just YOLO. So we have lightning here. Oh, sorry, fire here. So we need to throw in craft. Poison and lightning, or whatever. Actually, probably whatever my pants rolls to. It's probably the better bet, right? So whatever resist I get first is probably what I end up. Remove maximum life on this for. Oh, well, there you go. Core resist, that works. It's the one I wanted anyways, so. Okay. Full armor there, so. I know why I went the other thing. I get it now. I get it. Because it has armor on it. That's why. So, yep, that casts my armor. There we go. So armor is capped. Oh wait, nah, I gotta do it the other way. Shadow's not capped though. Although I probably can fix that easily. So this is lightning, right? Okay, so I need fire. Got for ruby real quick. Okay, then both fire and shadow resistance are not capped. Okay. I guess the reason why I never noticed that before was because I was using the Starlit Skies in the other build. And I think I have to care because I don't have materials. So, do I want to make any last minute adjustments, or it's gonna be like fuck it all and just go? Or I could run an elixir. I can run an instance, right? Yeah, here we go. I just run a bunch of these, huh? There we go. That's a quick fix. Rapid fire to your favorite or the Heartseeker takeover. I think the whole like Shadow Heartseeker thing kind of made that my favorite build to play now. It's just so like the Shadow and Gimmick like explosions or whatever is just so much fun to play. Banger song, by the way. Okay. I'll play Shadow Seeker only with rubies in your game. For now. For now. For now, Parallax. You'll get there. Whole clip really set it off too. Anyone selling Stygian stones? Someone might be. The one and only Christopher Wallace, the notorious Biggie Smalls classic. Yes. I need to transmog this character, by the way. I totally just didn't. I think we're good. You almost think a lot about it when the TA is good because I couldn't get a TA done. You do lose a lot of toughness by not having rubies, man. It's a huge difference in like EHP. Word. Day one is dead. I forgot to change out. Oh crap. Crap. I got the wrong aspect of my boots. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do it. Screw it. Screw it. I'm gonna throw on penitent grease, even if it means I can't like evade after every whatchamacallit. Maybe I shouldn't. Anyways. Don't necessarily have to evade at every point. I'm at a break point where it's not that big of a deal. We're just gonna do it. Let's just do it. Oh wait, where's my I forgot to put this on. Bro, I was look at my life. I didn't even have the health potion on, and my life was like, bro. I have first per second do I play? I should be running at a constant 144. It's even worse than wrong boot aspect is wrong. It's wrong transmog. That's also true. That's also true. How long is advanced rapid fire buff? 5 seconds. It used to be 3 seconds, which was horrible. And then they buffed it to 5 seconds like 2 seasons ago. So pretty much it means that you can technically wear any boots and still be able to get the buff. Or keep the buff up permanently, technically. Oh, Butcher. Oh god. That was rough. No shadow step. Didn't know he was coming. That was pretty bad, yeah. But I one shot almost like took like two, like what was it, like 2/5 of his health or something like that, like about 40% of his health. So had I gotten like 2 more shots off, he would have been dead. Oops. Moonzuck, what's going on? Oof, gonna take used to getting used to paying agrees here, man. Stupid question, but according to your planner and gear, I can't seem to find a +4 to get an agility using Shadow Step. Well, if you're using Shaco, you get +4 to all skills. That's what it is. So if you're looking at the planner with Shaco, that's what happens. I got way too close to that dude. What's the tankiest rogue build? Is it Andy's Barrage? I would tend to disagree with that. Andy's Barrage is tanky. The tankiest would probably be any momentum build. So I would actually say Flurry. Because everybody plays, like, Andy's is good. Everybody plays Andy's and Andy's is tanky. Like Andy's Barrage is tanky, but people forget that Flurry actually has the momentum passive that gives you a 30% damage reduction. That is tankier for sure. Do you think anyone pushing Rogue and pushing Rogue in hardcore this season? Probably not. I think the thing is that like there's really no reason to do it. So it's kind of like, why lose your character for something you don't get anything for doing? I think I might have to go with regular bids, so I'm gonna need that extra evade just to like get out of like certain situations. It's not about keeping the advanced rapid fire up, but just getting out of tough. I just stomped on my head. Yeah, I'll wear some regular bids. You're innately tankier when you play range. The thing is that range in this game doesn't really exist. Like, you know, there really is no range in this game. At least on Rogue, I put it that way. You're never really ranged, per se. You might can, like, you end up playing in close range, and sure, you can escape, you know, some damage by sort of stepping around, but you're not really ranged. It's actually one of the gripes I have in this game in general. You're not incentivized to play range, so people don't. Okay, so yeah, I gotta change the aspect here. So probably concussive is probably the only thing I can really do. Well, no, I can do. No, I still have to do. I can't put any of these on a bit, so it's gonna have to be concussive then. The problem is how to get Ubers when one is not geared yet. Anyway, I think the thing is that I think when it comes to Ubers though, like it's just a matter of like getting into like a Discord with people or finding people to play with and do rotas with. It's a bit easier to get them this season than they've ever been. It's just a matter of being able to play with people that you can do rotas with. That's pretty much the biggest thing. Trying your Heartseeker build. I having issues with resource management and boss fights. Not all 12-12 yet. Which version are you using, Clevo? Oh wait, did it close on me? Or did I fail? Oh yeah, I failed. That's right. That's what it was. I was like, wait a minute, did it just close on me? Yeah, but this might be almost an impossible task. So 19k life with no materials might. I think that might be pushing it. My final Heartseeker build, yeah. All right, so Do you have innervation tempers on your ring and amulet? If you do, and you're still having energy issues, it is probably you're not hitting a target. So you can't proc innervation without hitting a target. So like all 4 of your arrows, the double shot of Heartseeker and then the ricochet of Heartseeker, they all have to hit something. And if they do, you get quite a bit of energy back, or chance for energy back. If you don't hit something, you're not going to gain any energy at all, and you will eventually lose resources naturally. 2, when you're fighting a boss or you're fighting a council against the wall, your Heartseekers won't ricochet, meaning you are missing out on like about half of your procs. So you can't shoot Heartseeker into the wall and expect to get a lot of energy back, because you're losing half of your ricochets. So you got to make sure that when you're fighting a boss or a council, you have to fight them with your back against the wall, not with their back against the wall. Outside of that, it should just be literally, if you're hitting anything, you should gain energy back. Andes does way more damage. I would actually disagree with that as well. At the moment, Rapid Fire is considerably further ahead than any other rogue build in terms of like pit clears at the moment. And I hate using pit clears as an example. However, it does kind of dictate how much damage you are actually doing. So if we're talking about on a single target, Rapid Fire is far ahead of Andes in terms of pit is concerned. Like, actual damage output in pit. Now, if you're talking about AoE, well then yes, nothing beats Andes. Like, not even close. Single target is way better. Well, yeah. Well, but if you're talking about like just how much damage can the skill actually do, period, it doesn't matter if you're hitting a bunch of targets or not. Then if we're just talking about on paper, then Rapid Fire wins that argument. Now, of course, obviously, this is all in the bubble. We're not talking about like what's best for what situation, but more so of, yeah. But I guess people would correlate with best build or strongest build would be correlated with highest pit clear, right? And if that's the case, then Rapid Fire would be like the winner, I guess, if you want to put it that way. Because pit, you need at least some AoE, to also clear on the way there. No one's doing pit anymore. Oh, I agree. But in that case, honestly, like T8 isn't really hard. Isn't really. So in T8, the enemies don't have enough health to really like show like how strong Rapid Fire really is throughout the waves. I'll put it that way. I saw that, and I still got hit by it. Because stuff dies before all of your arrows hit target most of the time. It's just even clear TA hordes. I mean, that's the thing. Like I don't care for the metric of the pits either. But like considering that T8 has a cap, as in like, you know, there's a point where it just becomes easy on any build. Not easy on any build, but like, you know, like a good S tier build. Then like pits is the only other place that you can kind of like really see what build can and can't do something, right? Because right now on the front in front of Horrors and T8, you got that can clear T8 well. You know, you got Andes, you got Heartseeker, you got Rapid Fire. That was a bad cow trap. You got Andes, Flurry. Aerostorms is actually not bad at it. All right, so all three of those deaths were basically skill issues right there. So I'll take that. All those were skill issues. So we go again. I'm still not convinced. I'm not convinced it's impossible. Those were just skill issues. This build is good, but what's the down? I like it. Yeah. So like, don't. I'm legit just messing around. So if you see me kind of dying quite a bit, it's because I'm legit playing at under 20k life and no Terios Might and all Dex gems. For no other reason other than just because I feel like it. What up, parents? Homies, what's up, man? Hurts. Where can you find the leaderboards for Rogue Pit? You don't. Because there are none. There are no leaderboards for Pit. The hardest part about this, honestly, is that I can't generate a barrier most of the time. Because I just don't spend enough energy to generate a barrier often. So it's just really difficult to stay alive when I have like no more health potions left. I don't know what's the best rogue build for push. Do I know any? Rapid Fire is the best rogue to push. How serious are you about pushing? Get a keeper. I mean, if you're just trying to hit like a, you know, like a certain milestone or whatever, just like a personal best or something, then you can probably go with several different builds. But like if you're like super serious about pushing, then we probably need to talk. J145 and Andor, yes, okay. Yeah, Rapid Fire is I mean, yeah, Rapid Fire is, I think the highest I've seen Rapid Fire so far is what, 157? I don't know how far that the dude has gotten so far, but 150 158, okay. I guess he's trying to challenge Makuna, huh? For the highest like overall clear. Bro, ain't no way. He's number one now. I thought Makuna did like a 159. Did he not? Could be wrong. That's a huge difference. It is. I forgot the name of the guy. he has a planner on this on his video, I believe. Frustrated. Jesus, what's up, man? Alright. I'm gonna do Hellfire, which I probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna do it anyways. I chose it too. I chose Hellfire. That was my fault. Do I know his name? Nah, I don't. It's a Chinese dude. Korean dude, Chinese dude. I mean, you can probably ask Riptide. Riptide probably has it's always a Chinese dude. Yeah, well. I haven't much. Oh man. I think it's gonna be really hard. Totally not worth either, but I just want to do it just cause. But that you download a WoW for the first time in 10 years. And I've heard really good things about it. Yeah. Good ballistas. I dodged that situation. Do you make Starless or Tyraels? I would say Tyraels. Honestly, if you're newer to Rogue, for sure, I'd say Tyraels. Starless drops more. Is that a thing? Pretty sure the mythics are not weighted. Yeah, I've gotten way more Shakos than anything else. I think I've seen the Starless twice. But I mean, yeah, I've never known any information for any mythics being more having a higher drop rate than others. I lived, okay. everybody's got a different different experiences, huh? If I'm quiet, it's because I'm like actually trying this time. Like not like being overly aggressive or whatever, just oh, that was such a good rapid fire shot right there. Ah, I evaded the wrong way. I totally evaded the wrong direction. I meant to go back and my mouse was too far forward. Oh man, that's actually a pretty good run. Totally skill issue right there. 100%. I don't know why I evaded that way. I was so like I knew it too. Like before I died, I knew I was dead. I was like, oh man, you gotta be kidding me. Any way to get a barrier all the time with rapid fire? Technically you can if you run with crown, but there's some issues with crown and some of the multipliers that rapid fire generally tends to like to run. Just some bug stuff on crown. So so the answer is no, not really. Outside of crown. Alright, surely this is the run, right? I'm gonna thought on rapid fire, Red Fist of Fate, and Doombringer. I don't know. I really don't know. That could be a very specific pit setup. Assuming for like really high tier pushing to get more stagger. On like Spirit Caller or whatever. That's the assumption. That hurt. I can't think of any other reason why. I don't even know. I don't even know if the guy who cleared the 158 is doing that. Honestly. But I mean, it kind of. I mean, it kind of makes sense. If you can get a good enough Fist of Fate, like, you know, one that like rolled really, really high. Now, in terms of a Doombringer, don't know about that. But I can understand the Fist of Fate choice. Tom, what's going on? You think they're going to nerf fists? Don't know. I mean, they haven't for the PTR, at least from what the data mine has shown. But you know, who knows? But Fist of Fate has allowed for some, you know, other builds to kind of, you know, pop up. Like for instance, Andy's Barrage would not be possible without Fist of Fate. Is the lucky hit is mythic status in your opinion? Yeah, you can say that. But I guess with the ranges being like as crazy wide as they are, it's so hard to get a good one, which is I guess the reason why, you know, that was considered alright. Probably a ballista. Yep, I hear it. There's somewhere. Like 180 billion in one volley. Yeah, trick attacks is a very well, obviously trick attacks is bugged. Which is what's causing that those numbers. But yeah, it is nuts. Don't know or don't think that that's going to live in season 6, but we'll see. There was no mention of it in like bug fixes or whatnot, but we'll see. I don't know why I smoke grenade the mask there. Those ballistas spawned like. Did they spawn and shoot at the same time? I knew I was dead. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I think the ballista spawned and shot at the same time. And they shot like across or whatnot, so there was no humanly way to like react to that. That's why I was wondering. I'm like, do they spawn and shoot at the same time, or can they? Sorry, can they spawn and shoot at the same time? All right, well, let's see. Where I'm seeing this shit all the time. Why having go for resetting skills in Paragon 2? I mean, that's the most fun part of the game is to mess around with this stuff, and they put it behind a goal wall. I mean, this season you can let it go, but last season was crazy. Yeah, as long as we have ways to earn gold, I don't mind. But I guess before, when gold was real tight, different stories. But my playlist is fire. Yeah, speaking of playlists, I got a surprise for y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna say surprise for you or whatnot, but we're gonna do something a little different tomorrow for tomorrow's stream. I use up way too. So I realized I use up my potions way too much. I'm gonna have to try to see if I can wiggle some room for siphoning strikes. Considering that. Baby 2 months due, such a thumper. Yeah, that's oh, I do got 2 points into it. I guess I could put 1 more point into it. Oh, throwback here. When I'm with for a new relationship with you, this is what you do. Yeah, throwback, man. Be sure to follow. He hit me in the back of my head. What should I do? Should I tell my baby bye-bye? Should I? Yo, don't want to... So priority list for PTR? Actually, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm probably going to start with builds that I already like kind of fully fleshed out already first, because I have no idea where we start on the PTR. Like, you know, like with the character, like being copied over. Like, I don't know how far we can go with that character, or how like I don't know what the transfer is at all whatsoever. So I'm gonna start with my best builds first, or my most decked out builds per se, and then kind of go down from there in a sense. So I'll probably start with Heartseeker, then Rapid Fire, and then kind of keep going down from there. And then after I've kind of had fun with those, go with some Dance of Knives. Then I'll start doing some leveling stuff, because of course leveling is going to be a lot different. Wow, that hurt so much. That was touch and go there for a bit. The change to gems is interesting. No more life percent. I really wasn't using life percent gems anyway, so for me, it's like just like zero change there. Would there be new tempers for melee roses? Yep. Yeah, all that stuff is actually in the data mine. So yeah, Flurry has a chance to hit twice now. Twisting Blitz has a chance to do double damage, or hit twice, or double damage, one of the two. So yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if like Poison Twisting Blades makes a comeback in the PTR as like one of if not the best build. Wildhead, yeah. It's because I picked that boon, isn't it? That boon is gonna get me killed. So don't really need it with second wind. I wouldn't say that. Considering that we will have less resistances and it'll be kind of harder for us to kind of like tap all that out probably for like the later torments and stuff. Don't expect the way the game functions now to function, the way that the game functions now to function the same way in a PTR. Oh, you're talking about now? Oh, okay, I got you. Well, I guess as long as you can keep it up, yeah. Yeah, let's do this. Here, Torment 4 is equivalent to a pit 130. Doubt it. Well, I won't say I doubt it. The thing is too is that there's a stat squish, so you can't. So when we say equivalent to a pit 130, that's assuming, you know, with the current gear and the current stats we have right now. So if it really is a pit 130, it's gonna feel a lot more like a pit like 140 or something, because we're gonna, you know, obviously not hit as hard. Damage numbers are gonna be lower in general. So I don't know if that was taken into consideration when that assumption was made. Okay. Chance for double Elise, I guess. Why not? It's probably not on one. It's definitely not on 1-to-1. Like, it definitely isn't. Yeah. If you looked at some of the gear and already, the stats and items, stuff like that, is quite a bit different. Weapon damage is considerably lower. Armor is considerably lower. Yo, that dot, I mean, just... I was doing so good until that, until that poison mob just like legit just ate all of my health. Yeah, that dot just did. Yeah, let me see. I don't think I have any points in the rug though. I don't. We're gonna have to do that. It ain't gonna like fix it all, but it should help. All right, this is doable though. We can do it. Appreciate the follow. surely this is the one, right? What a shot. Appreciate the follows. You almost had the Heartseeker build. You have a Maxroll. I mean, Max. It's a shame Beast Wall boost or a bug because that build is awesome. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, they didn't mention the fix at all going into the PTR, so it might actually still work. Oh, are you kidding me? The ballista froze me. The ballistas. guess we'll do this one. It's not just AoE even larger. They actually buffed it twice already, actually. I actually think it's kind of okay. I just don't like the lob effect in general. I'm still kind of salty about what they did to rapid fire overall as a skill with the ring. I don't think it's going anywhere either. I mean, I've gotten used to it, but I'm still not like completely happy about it. Guess we need to make sure we keep the whatchamacallit cap. Wow, that one shot me? Oof. Nah, I can't afford to make another mistake though. We'll do this. Appreciate the fellas. We'll do this one. I hear ballistas, damn it. There's one there. There's always more than one when they spawn. Yep, there's some more right there. Right, no. This can be done. This can be done. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I think that first death early kind of like sealed it for me. Maybe more life, but it defeats the purpose of me doing what I'm doing. Then, I mean, I could just throw in a Doombringer and make it super easy. Come on, Bruno, you've been here long enough. You've been in my stream long enough. If I can outskill it, I'm gonna do it.
Yo, Doc,
what's going on? Appreciate
we just got raided, son.
The raid-in. I can't hit a dance.
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
I appreciate you coming in. appreciate you, sir.
Cheesy.
Ow. How's it going?
Velodeido raided my stream with 3 viewers.
Yeah, now come on, now Bruno, come on. Like I said, you've been here enough to know. I mean, obviously I've done Rapid Fire on T8 multiple times before. If I just want to do it the normal way, I can do it the normal way, and it just works this way. I purposely want to see, can I get it done all rubies, no materials, might under 20k. If I put more life, that puts me over 20k. You know how I like to do little silly, try to outskill it challenges for myself. So you request me to put more life on it. Is the exact opposite of what I do on this channel, good sir, Bruno. But what's going on, Voho? The GA mythic grind is so long. It is, but I think it's really the only thing that really kind of keeps you going or keeps you grinding, right? I mean, after some point, what else is there left, right? I appreciate you rating in though. How was or other than that, how was your day? How's your stream? Appreciate the follows. I'm not really doing much right now, just before I send it off. I just kind of want to see if I can do a super glassy T8 on Rapid Fire. Just for the fun of it. It's growing, man. You got your 3rd sub already? Very nice, man. As long as you're having fun. I think that's the one thing I always say. As long as you are enjoying yourself, doing what you're doing on stream. Yeah, being interactive with your chat helps. Definitely helps a ton. People like that. Oh, I thought I killed him before he got me. Oh, the other bliss is from the other side. For real? Almost think the success of my run is going to depend on whether or not I get off-screen ballisted. Let's see. I'm going to have to like really listen to where they are. Really max out at 230k DPS for all your procs. You mean like your Heartseeker is only hitting for 230k? Without Shaco, Rogue is too squishy. I wouldn't say too squishy. Squishy, sure. Too squishy, it can be done. mean, most of the time I've been running most of my builds without Shaco, and actually, yeah, I've run almost all builds without Shaco, really. I actually ran without Shaco with Heartseeker for a while, but I actually have put Shaco on Heartseeker, but took off Tyrion's Might, so I'm actually Glacier. You have a good one. Appreciate you. So you mean unlike Sorcerer could stand in the middle of the frame? I mean, it's a difference between being like squishy and like immortal. Like that's like, you know, two totally different spectrums, right? What? Yo, those ballistas, yeah. I don't know. I don't really have a counter for that, kind of, other than like just being able to take the hit, but I don't want to succumb to that. This is the Sky Hunter build you saw in the video about. This is a much glacier version of that, meaning like this isn't the same. It's the same setup, but way glacier than the video you saw. Make sure I repair as a just in case. I don't. How many deaths do I have left? Like 0? I'm at 0, right? Yeah, I'm at 0. All right, this is gonna be rough. I prefer this build over the other. What do you mean? This build over what build? I mean rapid fire over rapid fire? Literally, I'm just kind of having fun at the moment. Oh no, this is Sky Hunter. I'm still using Sky Hunter. Like, I'm just legit just took off the Tyrion's Might and see if I can do it without it. That's all. It's really not like a brand new build or anything. I'm basically in like almost one-shot territory right now. So the idea is, can I outskill the content on rapid fire? Yes or no? With the least amount of defense as possible. So that's all this is. For no other reason other than I just feel like doing it. Appreciate the follow. Give yourself a challenge in T8. What was the other day? I think it was 2 days ago. I did T8 zoomed in on my Heartseeker build. Because someone redeemed zoomed in on my as a channel redemption. And the butcher spawned. So I had to fight the butcher while zoomed in with no Tyrion's Might on my Heartseeker setup. That was actually super intense. Yeah, there's ballistas here. I hear them, so I gotta... I saw that. Oh wait, I got hit by the obelisk actually. I almost never get hit by that. That's actually crazy. That's why I guess I was surprised. I'm like, wait a minute, I got hit by that. If I masterwork gear and get like CD armor gear, but next time I get armor, or the only thing I can do is start again from 0 to 12 and hope I get CDR again. Yep. You reset the whole thing. You start over from the beginning whenever you reset your masterwork. All right. This is gonna happen. We're gonna do it. TA with only emeralds, nice. You got the first and second round, but you did it. Feels good, doesn't it? You're welcome, man. Yeah, I know people think I'm crazy when I do stuff like that, but man, it just feels good. Like when when you conquer a situation that, yeah, sure, you could have, out geared it somewhat in a sense, but yes, you guys get sometimes by getting frustrated. I guess the thing is that I kind of only get frustrated when the situations where there's zero, there's nothing you could do about it. Like there was zero, no matter how good you play, how well you play, there's nothing you could have done about it. Like that becomes a little bit frustrating. But it is an action RPG, so it's kind of to be expected. But personal, when I die because I made a mistake or whatever, it's just one of those learning things. It's like, well, how do I not make that mistake again, I guess. And it's like those little things that allow you to kind of be able to, push the boundaries of your own gear. Because you are more aware of things. Of course, that's called try hard, right? Work to do that, but that's why I call it a try hard setup, right? Because you don't have to do that by any means. No, it's cold ballista. That's dangerous, super dangerous. Oh, that was a bad smoke grenade. That's alright. Uh-oh, ballista. Got him. I hear another one. And some more. Jeez. They're somewhere around here. Yeah, I knew that was happening. There we go. How much time did it take for me to reach level 100? I think it was like 13, 14 hours, I think it was. Definitely did it like all in one stream. So got Tyrios and hit on max resistance and 2x DR. Yeah, leave it alone. Leave it at that. That works. It's something you get from rapid fire is so satisfying. It is. Yeah, 13 hours in his character created for your build. Also found the swapping all in 92. You just need to get the. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, 13 hours and 92 is still better than like 90 something percent of players. But you gotta keep in mind, like, you know, it's there's, you know, I have a reason to, you know, somewhat rush to get to 100 in a sense, and even then I kind of take my time a little bit compared to like others who like get there in like 8 hours, 9 hours, you know, at season launch. But yeah. Oh no. Freaking ballistas, cold ballistas too, bruh. This was actually a good run too until those cold ballistas spawned. Whew. That was, I heard that. The cow trap actually saved me. Yeah. Not quite sure what to do about those cold ballistas yet. Always so helpful. You get the prime sub. Thank you. I think ballista's probably been like the enemy I think I died the most to doing this. So do glyph levels not transfer between all snow? But they're really quick to level though. Like, you can get like a level 15 glyph in like 2 Nightmare Dungeon runs. I looked away for like a half a second and the blister got me. I shouldn't have did that. Alright. I think all 3 deaths were to ballista that time, right? Pretty sure all 3 of them were to ballista. I might turn the game volume up a little bit more. Maybe I can catch them before they shoot. All right. Of course this is it, right? This is the run. No distractions. Full focus on every wave. It gave me snakes first though, so I don't know how confident I am about this run. Okay, so sure. Okay, I am friends with Diablo again. Okay. Okay, we got a desecrator. And can Whisper reply to whispers unless personal encounter whispers in your friends list? Anyone got a solution to this problem? Someone in my chat about that was it a couple of weeks ago that said that. I can't remember what we did or if we ever like solved that issue. I remember someone coming to me with that same issue. I don't remember what it was. There's crossplay settings, maybe. I'm trying to think. Appreciate the follow. Okay. I actually like this one a lot. The pole. Loving Diablo vibe. Still playing 3. Hoping to play 4 too. 10. Yeah, I played 3 for like, well, basically it is its entire existence. So basically the whole decade ish. You just don't have anyone to play with, so you get bored pretty quick. Well, when do you plan on starting 4 by chance? If you haven't started 4 yet, I guess at this point you might as well just kind of wait for the expansion to drop. At this point, yeah. Yeah, I think you're gonna really like it. Come expansion. What up, new here? What build you running? Oh, this is rapid fire, but I decided to go extremely glassy, like Notario's Might glassy. So Notario's Might or Shake or Doombringer for any sort of like toughness of any sort. I've been doing rather well, with the exception of like a few situations, mostly involving Ballista, when they're off screen. But outside of that, I've been able to outskill most of this. Oh, that was such a good rapid fire shot. Right in the middle between all 3 of them. Oof, that dot. Who put that dot on me though? Can't do that on a controller. You mean like the stutter stepping? Well, yeah, of course not. Guess we'll go this route. I would do like a different challenges on a controller though. You have to see a stutter step. Not like this though. But you don't have that. Like, I wouldn't be able to have control over the direction I'm going. But I mean, you can scoot and shoot forward all day, but yeah, that's gonna get you killed real quick. I haven't pushed pits. I don't like pushing pits at all whatsoever. I think the activity is rather like, I don't say broken, but I find zero fun in the idea of pushing pits, to be honest with you. I did a lot of pushing back in Diablo 3, Greater Rift, pushing. Did several rank 1 Demon Hunter world clears on Demon Hunter. Like, I hated fishing in D3, but at least the gameplay when you found the right map was actually quite fun because there was a lot of strategy involved and you can tell the difference between one player and another. D4 is nothing like that at all, unfortunately. The same amount of fishing, but the experience playing the right situation and the right boss isn't necessarily as exhilarating for me. All of these are bad choices. Stutter step is super easy. Just hold down right click and hit move force. Stand still. Yeah, that's I don't know why I wasn't paying attention. I probably should have just not commented on that. Yeah, I literally shouldn't have read that comment. I should have waited until I was. That's fine. No, it's not the same thing. Shooting, like shooting straight forward is not the same thing as like. Yeah, technically it is stutter stepping, quote unquote, but you're not like full motion stutter step is completely different. Like you can't switch directions. You can't switch directions on the fly. You can only shoot forward. And maybe like, you know, go behind you, but you're shooting forward. Okay, so let me ask you this, Smokey. Let me show you something real quick. So if I was to ask you to stutter step in this circle, could you do it? So if I was to tell you you get a training dummy and I want you to do circles, like stutter step in the clockwise and then counterclockwise position, could you do it? And keep your same distance, like not like going into the doll, but literally like. It's all about target lock. I don't know. Crafty usually gets a little pissy about like targeting on a controller. Like it's like nearly impossible to like aim where you want to. So how do you switch targets then? Like, can you switch targets efficiently and do that too as well? So if I was to tell you to, like, so are you saying this is possible on the controller? Okay, so let me tell you this. So if I was to go one direction, if I was to go back, but I shoot this direction, this direction, this direction, and backwards while moving one direction, is that possible? So if I was to go shoot here, 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 and then back. So like if I'm surrounded, can I go one direction and then shoot different directions? So if I want to shoot, well, sorry, my Heartseeker kind of just does this thing. All right, so let's say I go force arrow, right? And I want to shoot this way, but I want to shoot this way. I want to shoot that way, but I'm still going backwards where I'm going. So I can choose where I want to go and switch directions on the fly whenever I want, shoot wherever I want. Not this, which is I think what people were saying, where you can kind of just scoot forward. That's why I'm saying there's levels to stutter stepping. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm not saying it's necessary. I'm just saying when people are saying it's easy, I'm wondering what, like, there's the, you know, move the, what is it? What do I call it? There's the force move version, which means you can only really go like one direction, but you don't have full range of motion. But it's way easier to do, like considerably easier to do. So let's see, who is it? Sindu Taku. Okay, so he's wanting me to fail this T8 real quick with the where is it at? The third life glasses. All right. There we go. This is definitely a throwaway run here, but I have to honor the redeem. Oh wait, wrong one. There we go. Can't believe I died on the dude. Hell yeah. Dude, the third light glasses make everything really dark. So it's actually quite hard to play with them on. Which makes for a really good redeem, generally. But since I'm already playing super glassy as it is, this is just like a suicide mission. We can say it fully spec'd out. No, not really. No. I'm actually gimped, like big time gimped, because I'm not wearing Materials Might. So, nah, like my rapid fire build is not like is not min-maxed. My Heartseeker is probably closer to min-max than my rapid fire for sure. Oh, born a Hanami. Okay. I got the glasses on already, but I can't do the dance.
Just got raided, son.
I'm in the middle of a wave, but what's up,
You know
man?
how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Cheesy.
Ow. I'm pretty sure this is a wrap. Ugh. I did not see that desecrator in the side.
Echohack raided my stream with
What's up, man?
76 viewers.
Yeah, that's a wrap with the sunglasses, the light glasses on. Sorry, Taku couldn't get it done with the glasses. What was that, man? Anyone else just go actually when the beat starts? It's a nice beat. For sure. Oh, and my gear is broken. Yeah. Go to repair. Was it the glasses? It's really hard to see out of them. It's a redeem, so like generally when somebody redeems, play with the black glasses on. Of course, I have to honor the redeem. Makes things a bit harder, which is kind of the point. Yep. I look up builds when I play D3. I bet there's a lot of work to figure out the synergies of it. It is. It can be if you don't know what works and what doesn't. I think the biggest problem, the hardest thing about Diablo 4 is knowing what's bugged and what's not bugged. I got some poison that's really bad. On wave 1 at that. Saw the agile problem for damage. Must be used with impetus ranks on the amulet. Really? That's cool to hear. I gotta listen carefully in case ballistas spawn out of nowhere. Tonics, what's going on? Nice. James, what's up, man? Appreciate the super chat. Are you doing a guide for the guide for season 6 as well? When you said the guide, which one? Which one are you talking about? I'll be responsible for the same 6 guides that I have now for season 6. That will be Flurry leveling, Flurry endgame, Barrage leveling, Barrage endgame, Rapid Fire endgame, and Heartseeker. The hype alert didn't go through. Rogue in general, yeah. Yeah. The first thing is not as good as good as PC, but it's still competent controlling the monsters in your environment. So yeah, that wasn't the point I was arguing initially, or the point I was making initially. I wasn't saying that you can't do anything on a controller. I guess like when someone says you can do what you can on a controller, like you can on, or what you can do on a mouse and keyboard, you can do on a controller. That's just simply just like not true. It's one of those things where like, it's almost like a first-person shooter, right? Obviously, mouse and keyboard is going to give you more control, but it doesn't mean you can't be good on a controller or do a lot of things on the controller. It's just mouse and keyboard just has an advantage in that area, and that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying controller is bad or you cannot do anything with controller, but I think people don't understand what I mean when I say full range control over your character while you're stutter stepping. It's just it's not a player skill thing at all. It's just limitations based on the controlling method that you're using. That's all. Like that, I think that's all I'm saying. However, I will say D4 has done an excellent job in terms of controller play, which is a lot better than it was in Diablo 3 and Diablo 2 for sure. I'll take it. Rough. Carlos Gaming, be sure to follow. Freaking snakes, man. They just ignore it. They ignore everything you do. Smokey, how do you, so out of curiosity and also wanting to learn, how do you handle things like shadow stepping or smoke grenading a specific target that you want, or even like, let's say with rapid fire, how do you deal with targeting with rapid fire? Because Crafty, who's a rapid fire god, plays on controller, and and the most frustrating thing for him is literally like rapid fire targeting in general. Like he can never get at the target where he would like, or it. I'm asking because, like, I mean, if there's something you solved with some, like, different control scheme on the controller, like, I can totally, like, tell other people what you did, and even try it myself. Because a lot of people struggle with stuff like that on a controller. Like, this exact build would be considerably harder to play on a controller. I would have to set this up different, for sure. And even then, I have to play more into the enemy because I can't predict shots. Like, I can't aim like in front of the mobs when I know they're running at me, because I can't like target at a spot, but I can target at the enemy, right? There's like some like fast target switch that can be done, maybe, where I can accurately, like, not say accurately, but like maybe quickly switch targets, like switch between targets very quickly or something. That might can alleviate something like that. Because honestly, that actually keeps me from playing, like, let's say Flurry build or Twisting Blades on the controller. Because like those actually do feel better on the controller. Like, crap. But the problem is that you do have skills like Shadow Step and Smoke Grenade that are part of the kit naturally, and those things become very difficult on the controller. So the skill itself is fantastic on the controller, but then when you start adding some of the other things you need, it starts to compound the difficulty to be able to execute the way you want. Boy, that leaping. You jinxed me. We got 2 more ways to go. Maybe I'm alright. We'll see. Yeah, I guess this one is fine. Alright, super concentration. 2 more ways. I just spent almost all my potions already. That was a good shot. Oof. Okay, that was close. Alright. Really? You got all spawn back there? Whoa. But that damage is ridiculous. What? About time. That's all I want to do. I just want to get one run done No Tyrael's might under 20k HP. But holy cow on that council damage though. Like what? So yeah, normally I'm not gonna be able to do this on like a normal basis. Like I would have to either throw back on a Tyrael's might or gasp, put rubies in my gear of some sort. But that was kind of fun. That was fun. That was fun trying to figure it out. After failing like what, how many times? Like 10, 11, 12 times at least. All this bad rares and stuff here. Yeah, I think I might play some more rapid fire tomorrow. I really do enjoy rapid fire. It's one of the rogue abilities that's just like, it's just, I don't know. I find it satisfying to be able to hit the skill shots. As a controller player, I saw these problems by avoiding characters with accurate area selection needs. I just think, I mean, there has to be a better way for it. Because think about it, like, I'll put it this way, like Diablo Immortal, I hate bringing this up, but honestly, like Diablo Immortal kind of solved that. Like, you can kind of sort of aim skills, or you can aim skills on the ground and stuff like that in Diablo Immortal on a controller. And I actually use one of those like Chinese controllers that actually kind of gives you like the buttons kind of have like a analog thing to them where I can like rotate around, so I can kind of like aim where I want the skills to be. So like if Diablo Immortal can do it, I know D4 can do it. I think it'll take some time for like controllers, you know, players to get used to that, but at least you have the ability to be able to aim where you want, like mouse and keyboards, and I think that that's important to be implemented. Carnage Demo Guy, appreciate the follow. All right, well that was that was kind of the last thing I wanted to do before I ended up saying goodbye on the stream. I just said I was not going to stream as long as I have been, only because, well, PTR is right around the corner and I want to be a little fresh, or mostly fresh. I play that because you know, gonna be blasting that like crazy. You got nobody now? No, it's okay. I'm gonna sing you to another Maxroller. Panda Glassjaw. He's a super cool dude. Super underrated too as well. For how good he is and what he knows about the game. I feel like he should have a considerably bigger following. He's a hardcore guy too as well. Plays all classes. Done a lot of hardcore racing and things like that. Super knowledgeable. But one of my favorite people to kind of like hang out in. The dance and Nas ability look good. Cool. I'm gonna try everything on Rogue on the PTR for sure. I'm gonna start with the stuff I have gear for. So I'm gonna start with the Heartseeker first, and then Rapid Fire, and then, because I mean, I don't know how the difficulty is gonna work. So like, you know, we get our characters copied over. I doubt we're gonna be able to just jump right into T4 and just smash everything. So I mean, maybe not. I don't know, but that's what we're going to find out. Right. So, but I want to make sure the builds that I know people are wanting to see that are popular. Obviously, Heartseeker is one of them. See, you know, if it actually works. If it actually works out. So, anyhow, I'll see you tomorrow or later on today. I'll have a surprise for y'all, but we'll kind of segue into doing something a little different. you guys are gonna have a big say over something. I'll put it that way. So like if you like your opinions mattering, it normally matters here anyways. But like if you really want to contribute to something really awesome, be here tomorrow because I'm gonna need y'all input. Okay. So enjoy Panda. And as always, till next time.